Chapter 1144. Star-plucking Violet Palace opening. That's all? I only used one flame from the 3 primordial flames and you already used all your strength to block it. If I use all 3 of them, how will you block it? Golden light blossomed in front of him, but the young man ignored it and sneered. You should be regretting it, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Scram. 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 However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The 8th level of the Righteous Profound exploded. Golden light shone brightly, destroying everything in its path. My Profound has leveled up again. I can now release it as I wish. Scram. Lai Qing's pupils constricted. She had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling couldn't control the righteous qi as he wished. But now he could. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. The 4 people's indifferent smiles froze at this moment. That 1st level Transcendent Junior actually had the 8th level of the Martial Profound. What kind of cultivation method was that? One must know that they were all in the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm, but they were only on par with Lin Ling's Profound. What? Scram. The young man's expression changed. He was once again sent flying by the enormous power. This was the 2nd time. One must know that he was from the 3 primordial Golden Dipper sect, and was chasing after another young man. Then Lin Ling came out to stop him. He originally wanted to show Lin Ling how strong he was and who he was stopping. However, Lin Ling showed him how weak he was. You've angered me. Scram. An angry roar echoed out. 3 types of terrifying flames exploded and entangled with each other. The 3 primordial flames had completely appeared. Flame Meteor, Flame Luyun, Flame Luhen. 3 types of flames, one was like a meteor, one was like a flowing cloud, and the last one was the most mysterious. It flew across the sky and left a beautiful trail in the sky. These flames had officially entered the yellow rank. Rumble. The entire sky was occupied by the 3 types of flames, majestically surging towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura was somewhat nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to use the Guardian God? 3rd stage Transcendent Realm. His spiritual source isn't as large as mine, but he has more spiritual source than me. Plus, he has a yellow class saint physique, so he's pretty strong. Lin Ling said calmly. He stretched out his right hand, and a tranquil and sacred blue flame appeared, dancing slowly. From the surface, it didn't look as big as the 3rd elemental flame. But Lin Ling held the blue flame in his hand and pounced forward. So he also plays with fire. Then the fire that Tianyu used to attack the island should have been extinguished by him. But playing with fire in front of Tianyu, he's still too inexperienced. The 4 of them were slightly startled, but they quickly sneered. Pung pung pung. Under everyone's gazes, the flames collided. In the sky, several types of flames tumbled like heavenly tribulation, forming a vast vortex. Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the 4 patriarchs. At this moment, their faces were extremely nervous. Tianyu had a cold smile on his face. His opponent also played with fire, but could he compare to him? He sensed that his 3 flames were still as huge as ever, as if they were going to devour his opponent's flames. But this pride didn't last long. In the next moment, he sensed a terrifying roar of seawater. The seawater seemed to be released from the weak flames. How is this possible? Tianyu's eyes narrowed. And the most terrifying thing was that his flames had occupied the world before, but now they had all turned blue and were assimilated by the sea of fire. At the same time, the boundless ocean turned into a palm and slammed down heavily on him. In the sky, there were no longer 3 colored flames, but only the blue flames of the ocean. This change made the 4 of them suck in a breath of cold air. A 1st stage Transcendent actually suppressed a 3rd stage Transcendent, and Tianyu wasn't weak in the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Even they had to bow down to him. Wait, I admit defeat. Surrender. At this moment, Tianyu kept retreating, watching the ocean's palm coming down on him. You should regret this, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Cold. However, a cold voice rang out, causing Tianyu's countenance to stiffen. He had thought that this was merely the 7-star sacred region, and the people here were like ants. Who would have thought that a random young man who appeared here would be stronger than him? I'm a disciple of the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Roar. Tianyu roared angrily again. You've already said it. Yes. However, Lin Ling's voice was still cold. The blue flames instantly drowned Tianyu, and finally turned him into ashes. Pop pop pop. The mighty ocean's flames were still floating in the air. Below the island, many people were excited. They knew Lin Ling was strong, but this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use blue flames. Especially ancestor Taiyan, he was the most excited. The name Yan seemed to have risen in Xianpeng province. How terrifying! Yes. As for the 4 from the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, they were still in a daze. Then they realized that the flames were surging towards them like the ocean. Wait, we concede. Yes. The 4 of them shouted at the same time, causing the sea and the sky to stop for a moment. In the vast sea, Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. When these people were strong, they were domineering and dominating everything. Now that they saw that they were inferior to the other party, they immediately gave way? Conceded? You must be joking. Humph, Lin Ling's voice floated out. This was what the 4 of them had said before. The 4 of them turned deathly pale. We're from the Qian Hall. Humph, they knew that it was useless to use the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, so they could only use the Qian Hall. Sorry, me too. Humph, the ocean, accompanied by a cold shout, drowned them in an instant, and the 5 of them were completely wiped out. Then the vast ocean turned into a whirlpool, rolling towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped in the sky, walking towards Sakura and the others step by step. Amazing! Humph, the 4 patriarchs were excited. To them, the 5 youths were incomparably strong. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they could have easily swept through all the islands. However, Lin Ling was alone, and the 5 of them were wiped out. Lin Ling was worthy of being the number 1 king of the rainforest. Second brother, when did you become so powerful? Humph, among the crowd, the one who was the most surprised was Sakura. He thought that Lin Ling would have to use the ancient flame devil to win. Who knew that he would win with his own strength, and even surpass his realm? They aren't geniuses, they are just ordinary transcendent realm 3rd layer. Lin Ling smiled modestly. He thought of Lu Rufeng. That person had mastered an extreme martial art. It would be difficult to win against him. With your current strength, even the strongest transcendent realm 1st layer wouldn't be your opponent. Yes. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared. It was Venerable Sea Calming and the others. Venerable Sea Calming's expression turned serious. The opening of the star-seizing Violet Palace has been brought forward. Let's go. Opened? Let's go. Lin Ling and the others became serious. Then they smiled. With the opening of the secret realm, it was time for them to increase their strength again. My wife and Lingshan, as well as some generals, will stay on your island to protect your family. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. Yes. Chapter 1145. Gathering again after half a day of traveling, a huge vortex appeared in front of them. Endless amounts of water flowed into the vortex, and the rumbling sounds were deafening. It was as if this was the final destination of the water domain. The area around the vortex was densely packed with high-level transcendent realm cultivators, and even Saint Realm cultivators. Their eyes were filled with greed. Everyone yearned for the ancient 4 great countries. There seems to be more people than before. Venerable Sea Calming said lightly as he led Lin Ling and the others to a stop. Is that the Lin Ling who provoked the heavenly venerables? Don't let me see him in the purple mansion, or I'll kill him. Venerable Sea Calming is strong. But if Heavenly Venerable Voidstar obtains an opportunity in the Purple Mansion, he'll definitely kill Venerable Sea Calming. In the distance, a large number of cold gazes were directed at them. They were from the Voidstar Divine Palace, and Heavenly Venerable Voidstar was among them. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Lin Ling, Yuman Yun, and the others looked over angrily, suppressing the murderous intent in their hearts. This was also Lin Ling's first time seeing Empyrean Voidstar's true appearance. This person was around 40 years old and had a head of white hair. He wore a starry moon robe and seemed to disappear into space. His eyes were closed, and what was most shocking was that there were 2 eyes on his forehead. This was a strange person with 4 eyes. Thousand Aragos sect, listen up. If you see them, kill them without mercy. The same goes for the Northern Dark Nether territory. The three-era Ghost King and Northern Dark Demon God also shouted coldly. The 6 sacred regions were just ants, but they had failed to kill them several times, which made them lose face, so they had to kill them. The Kuan Temple is different from the Heaven Temple. They can kill us at any time, so you have to rely on yourselves in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Remember, kill those who are hostile. Venerable C. Calming said indifferently. Lin Ling and the others nodded coldly. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Many people are planning to settle their personal grudges in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Today the Heaven Temple and Earth Temple will meet. Who knows how many masters and geniuses will fall, and how many will rise again? The experts of the other forces spoke plainly. Inside the star-picking Violet Mansion, it could be said that a great battle had broken out. Those people are very weak. Since they offended the Void Star Divine Palace, they're dead for sure. Many experts from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and shook their heads in disdain. To them, Lin Ling and the others were not famous at all. They were like ants. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to die early. There's no need to implicate your family. A young man from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. His words caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to narrow. Although they were all under the Qian Hall, they weren't actually from the same sect. Thus, they didn't expect the other party to help them. However, if the other party didn't want to help them, then so be it. What nonsense are you talking about? Sakura coldly shouted, his words causing the young man to frown. This ant was shouting at him? He said indifferently, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. You're too bold. After saying that, a powerful aura burst out from the young man's body. He was a transcendent Third Realm expert. The crowd sneered. That was a disciple of the Black Tortoise War God sect. His strength was extremely strong. These nameless people actually dared to refute him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Lai Qing. Lin Ling's face was ice-cold as he shouted in a low voice. Clang! Sword light flashed as Lai Qing's sword slashed out. A sword filled with killing intent slashed towards the young man, causing the latter's eyes to widen. What a terrifying sword! Bastard! An ancient expert from the Qian Hall shouted in anger. His powerful aura caused the void to fluctuate, causing Lai Qing's sword to distort. Although it didn't kill the young man, it still cut off a strand of his hair, causing his face to turn extremely pale. What a sharp sword! Many people were inwardly shocked. Previously, when the young man provoked Lin Ling's group, Lin Ling ordered one of his subordinates to attack. A single slash almost took the young man's life. Lin Ling's group wasn't some soft persimmon. Black Tortoise War God. Why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? At this moment, Venerable C. Calming's deep voice drifted out, causing the ancient expert to be enraged. However, he had nothing to say. Indeed, this was a matter of the younger generation. If he interfered, it would cause the Black Tortoise War God sect to lose face. Not to mention, the entire matter was caused by their disciple's big mouth. As for the young man from the Black Tortoise War God sect, he was extremely embarrassed. He had arrogantly warned Lin Ling's group, but in the end his hair was cut off by Lai Qing, causing him to lose even more face. If you don't have the strength, then don't talk nonsense. However, while he was fuming, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. This subordinate of Venerable C. Calming is really arrogant. Many ancient experts commented indifferently. However, they didn't care. Their goal was still the star-plucking Violet Palace. The 9 Heavens Maiden Palace has arrived. More experts arrived, instantly attracting the attention of countless people, especially a young girl among them. She was the next fairy of 9 heavens, and she was the focus of everyone. She wore a long white dress and was devastatingly beautiful. Her indifferent eyes seemed to be unmoved by the world. How beautiful! Many people were secretly shocked. They knew that after the star-plucking Violet Palace opened, the 9 Heavens Maiden would definitely obtain great benefits. The unfettered Heavenly Palace of the unfettered 10 Halls has arrived. More experts arrived. They were the famous forces of the Heavenly Kuan Palace. The Guidance Palace has arrived. Many people quieted down, because the forces that appeared were too powerful, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The heavenly Kuan Palace has arrived. In the end, an ancient force that surpassed the heavenly Kuan Palace, and the heavenly Kuan Palace appeared. Everyone knew about the heavenly Kuan Palace. It was the most famous auction in Xianpeng province, and it was said that its backer was related to the human sovereign. However, the people of the heavenly Kuan Palace and the heavenly Kuan Palace didn't expect that this ancient force would appear when the star-plucking Violet Palace opened. Hey, I'm just here to join in the fun. Everyone, don't pay attention to me. There were only 3 people. The leader was a woman in a long black robe. She had an exquisite figure and her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. Obviously, she was a peerless beauty, which formed a huge contrast with the 9 Heavens Maiden, Vixen. Compared to the 9 Heavens Maiden's aura that made people admire her, the fox-like beauty gave people a sense of masculinity, especially the long robe that revealed a pair of white jade-like legs, which made people's imaginations run wild. Sakura, Lai Qing, and the others looked at the experts around them and suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely calm because he was already prepared. Therefore, after the shock, there was a strong desire to fight. Currently, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was the weakest, but his combat strength wasn't weak. If he could increase his cultivation realm, his strength would increase by several times. Alright, everyone gather. Let's open the star-plucking Violet Palace. An old man walked out and arranged the heaven and earth formation. Then, with the blood of the Yi Castle's fort master, he sprinkled it in the sky. Rumble. In front of them, the huge water pit fluctuated in the void. Then a huge crack appeared, and an ancient aura drifted out from the crack. It was quiet and mysterious, and it made the greed in many people's eyes thicken. The 4 great countries that had passed away opened today. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chapter 1146. The Shattered Continent. Idiot, how dare you underestimate the power of the void? You're courting death. Those who remained motionless sneered. How terrifying. Sakura and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that many of those who had died earlier were in the transcendent realm. The 4 great nations that have passed away, how mighty were they in ancient times? Then the fall of these great nations is unknown. Venerable C. Calming sighed, ignoring those greedy people. Until now, no one knew how the great Emperor Zhaixing's kingdom was destroyed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with curiosity. After all, the great Emperor Zhaixing's kingdom must have been extremely powerful and dominated the ancient times. However, it still disappeared in the long river of history. This meant that there was someone who surpassed the great Emperor Zhaixing in this world. Alright, let's go in. Remember, although the secret territory is dangerous, the human heart is the most terrifying. Venerable C. Calming reminded, and then shot into the crack in the void. At the same time, a large number of experts also shot into the crack. You guys go first, Lin Ling said to Sakura and the rest. He then took a step forward and headed towards the Lord of Yi Castle. At this moment, the Lord of Yi Castle didn't know that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. He was still lucky that he survived. You shouldn't have touched my grandfather. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out and a sword slashed towards him. Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on the Lord of Yi Castle's neck. He stared at the young man who was leaving and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was rushing towards the crack. This world was so heartless. After using him, no one cared whether he lived or died. Remember, once you enter the Violet Palace realm, if you see Lin Ling, you must kill him. Many people stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions and then entered the crack. Yunmeng, hold my hand. Ignoring those people who were revealing their killing intent, Lin Ling shot towards Yuman Yun. In midair, he held onto Yuman Yun's hand. Yun quickly held onto Lai Qing's hand, and Sakura did the same. After all, the world inside was full of dangers. If the 4 of them took care of each other, their combat power would increase by several times. Rumble. After entering the void, sound, light, and time all seemed to be frozen. Everyone was sealed except for Lin Ling. His eye of time was still looking ahead. It was as if he could see the river of time. He also saw that the great Emperor Zhaixing's kingdom had fallen. The reason was very simple. It had been obliterated by a powerful expert. Lin Ling only saw this point, but it made him suck in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, all of them appeared in a starry sky. It was extremely dark here, and it was completely silent, causing them to be utterly unaccustomed to it. Die. However, just as they stepped onto the ground, several ice-cold voices were heard. Clearly, these people had arrived here before Lin Ling and the rest, and had adapted to the surrounding darkness. And they were from the Dark North territory. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death. One sword cleaves the sky. Sigh. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest had to adapt to the darkness, so they couldn't block their sneak attack. However, they didn't know that the darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Even everything that was thousands of miles away could be seen clearly by Lin Ling. This was the newly awakened ability of his Eye of Time, which he called the Psychic Eye. Swish. With a slash of his sword, those people who were trying to sneak attack him were split into two. The remaining people's expressions changed, and they immediately fled. Lin Ling didn't chase after them. It was better to be careful in this mysterious place. Looking around, Lin Ling's expression suddenly changed. This was a continent floating in the void. No, it should be a continent fragment. The former four kingdoms were now fragmented. Yu Man-yun and the rest gradually adapted, and they all looked around in horror. It seems that the entire kingdom has shattered and is floating in the void. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Terrifying. I don't know who broke this continent and made it float in the void. Sakura sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of him was beyond his knowledge. That kind of expert isn't something we can understand. Let's go. Lin Ling led the group forward slowly. This continent revealed an ancient aura. Mottled city walls, broken ruins, and white bones could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the great battle that happened here back then had happened in an instant, causing many people to not be able to react in time. Where are Venerable Si Kaming and the rest? Yu Man-yun asked curiously. Although there were people around, they obviously weren't very strong. They should have gone to another continent. There are quite a lot of continents floating in the void. Lin Ling's pupils looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared, and he also saw the process of the continent's collapse. Second brother, it's as if this is your home. You even know all this. Sakura was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled but didn't explain further. Vitality Stone. At this moment, Lai Qing, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. On the ground in front of them, a dazzling stone was lying there. It was a vitality stone. Vitality stones were more valuable than spirit crystals. They could also assist in cultivation. However, compared to the assistance of heaven and earth treasures and pills, they lack some attributes. Vitality stones contain the purest spiritual energy. It seems that the collapse of this country was too sudden. Many cultivators didn't have time to collect their treasures and then died. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Yu Man-yun walked over with light steps. She wanted to collect the vitality stone with her small hands. However, at this moment, a murderous saber slashed at her. Lin Ling's face changed. He shot out and raised his sword in midair to block the saber slash, pushing him more than 10 meters away. If it weren't for his strong defense, he would have suffered a small loss even if he could block this sudden slash. As for Yu Man-yun, she was powerful because of her guardian god. Without her guardian god, she was just an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Those who see the treasures of the sealed world have a share. This is the rule. In the darkness ahead, several figures slowly walked over. The person in the lead held a broadsword in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. His footsteps were steady, and they wore long green robes with two large words embroidered on their chests. Broadsword. These people were the disciples of the great saber sect of the Heavenly Temple. They were also famous in Xianpeng province. You've gone too far. Even if those who see it have a share, you don't have to kill them all of a sudden. Di Shirtian took a step forward and looked coldly at these people. The other party's previous attack was simply to kill Yu Man-yun. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to eldest senior brother? The few of them coldly cried out. However, the leader of the group, the young man with a large blade on his back, indifferently said, I was a little reckless previously. Allow me to apologize here. However, no one is injured, so this matter can be settled. However, the yuan stones from before must be split equally between everyone. You're lucky. Eldest senior brother is a righteous person and won't bicker with you. Now everyone take out the treasures and divide them with vitality stones. The others coldly snorted and didn't care about Di Shirtian's words because they also saw that these people seemed to be from the heavenly temple. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, a dazzling sword slash broke through the air. The ninefold life and death mysteries revealed their sharpness and cut through everything. Bastard. Chapter 1147. In the ancient temple. Clang. The young man raised his saber to block, but unfortunately, the sword was too sharp and came out without any warning, causing him to be unable to use his martial arts to block in time, causing his saber to split open instantly, and the sword cut off his head. The rest of the great saber-sex people narrowed their eyes. Their eldest senior brother was killed. Then they looked ahead and saw the young man who blocked the saber earlier. He was holding his sword diagonally and walking over slowly. His cold face was like the awakening of a killing god. We are from the Qian Hall. You actually attacked your own people. The great saber-sex people felt a chill in their hearts. That black-robed young man was terrifying. Sky-severing sword. However, what answered them was a sword. A sword that revealed its sharpness. They killed people earlier and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. They even wanted to split the treasures. This kind of mentality was too shameless. Most importantly, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's timely reaction, Yu Yun would have died. People like this should be killed without mercy. Righteousness? Qian Hall? Kill them all. Wherever the sword passed, the 9 levels of the life and death quintessence bloomed. The heads of those people flew up and only one person ran away crazily. You're dead. You attacked people from the Qian Hall. I'm going to tell all the experts. You don't have a chance. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and stomped on the ground. The earth split open and 500,000 small worlds exploded, causing him to shoot towards that person like a cannonball. Then the sword light flashed and separated life and death. That person was killed by a sword. The great saber-sex disciples were all dead. Good. Sakura couldn't help but shout. People from the same alliance? Bullshit. When they wanted treasures, they killed people. When they failed, they wanted to use the alliance's righteousness to bind everyone. People like this should be killed to their heart's content. In the distance, Lin Ling carried the tyrant song sword and slowly walked back. The people from the Kuan Hall don't get along with us, but we have to be more careful of the people from the Qian Hall. We only trust the 4 of us. Everyone nodded. In the star-plucking violet mansion, no one cared about which hall you were from. They only cared about strength and treasures. As long as the treasures could move people, even brothers would help each other. The group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many people from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. However, they were all wary of each other. Hence, they did not attack each other. Clearly, everyone was focused on obtaining the treasures. This way, Lin Ling's spiritual eyes could see very far, so he led the group in one of the directions. Obviously, no one had walked in that direction yet. Therefore, not long after, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The temple emitted a faint light, like a bright lamp in the void. This place is rather mysterious. Sakura and the others were all excited. No one has discovered this place yet. Let's go in first. Lin Ling also smiled. The few of them followed the hill and arrived at the bottom of the temple. Instantly, they discovered that there were 5 stone statues outside the temple's main entrance, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. I'm afraid these stone sculptures are extraordinary. Sakura's face was filled with joy. He came to the front of one of the stone statues and hugged it with both hands. At the same time, the stone statue swayed slightly and turned into dust. This made everyone's pupils constrict. Previously, they also saw that the stone statue's aura was enormous. However, who would have thought that in the long river of time, all of the spirit chi had disappeared? 5 stone statues. Could it be that all of them are like this? Sakura was stunned for a moment. He walked to another stone statue and hugged it with both hands. This stone statue did not turn into dust, but the stone statue's eyes emitted light. Lin Ling frowned slightly and subconsciously shouted, "Big brother, don't touch it." However, this reminder was too late. The stone statue erupted with light that soared into the sky. The sound was deafening. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could be seen. Obviously, this stone statue was a warning and was responsible for guarding the temple. Now that the stone statue was emitting light, it undoubtedly attracted more people. At that time, it would naturally be troublesome. Search quickly. Don't miss out on any valuable treasures. Hurry. Sakura smiled awkwardly. He then angrily looked at the remaining stone statues and hugged them one by one. Among the stone statues, 2 of them turned into dust upon contact. Only one stone statue remained unscathed. Moreover, this stone statue had the outline of a pillar. The front corner was damaged. Lin Ling used the tyrant song to slash at it, but the stone statue remained unscathed. "This is a treasure." Haha. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura was even more delighted. He held the stone pillar-like sculpture with one hand and brandished it with vigor. And when he brandished it to the limit, an ancient Buddha appeared, as though it wanted to suppress everything, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Amazing! With this treasure, I dare to smash a Transcendent Realm 3rd layer expert to death. Sakura was even more excited. Lin Ling and the rest laughed. They hurriedly entered the temple. Inside the temple, it was modeled in ancient. Dust was everywhere. Those Buddha statues had all disappeared in the long river of time. Everyone spread out and searched around. After all, this place was similar to a temple. There shouldn't be anything terrifying happening here. This temple should be an extremely sacred place in the past. Lin Ling slowly walked along the temple. In front of him, there was an ancient oil lamp sitting on the ground. It seemed to be an incense lamp, a place for believers to offer incense. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. His right hand pointed forward. That millstone-sized oil lamp suddenly ignited and an illusion appeared. Kill! Great calamity of heaven and earth, the descent of gods and demons, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The oil lamp recorded the scene before the fall of the star-picking country. At that moment, Lin Ling saw the descent of the demon race. It turned out that the fall of the star-picking country was due to the massacre of the demon race and the demon race. And in that scene, Lin Ling saw a familiar scene. Those demon race were very similar to the Yen he saw in the ancient tomb. Obviously, that race had existed since ancient times. They were similar to the people of the demon race. Chi-chi. The incense oil quickly disappeared. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. However, in that huge oil lamp, there was a string of ancient Buddha beads quietly lying there. If the oil lamp didn't run out, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it. Buddha beads. Lin Ling frowned. He picked it up and used the Eye of Time to check it. This Buddha bead was called the Shadow Buddha Incense Bead. It carried millions of incense, allowing Buddha to save all living beings. Its effect was to transform into all living beings. It had the powerful ability to conceal one's presence and aura. It's even more powerful than the 3 realms cloak. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He put on the Buddha beads and poured his spiritual yuan into it. Suddenly, he found himself disappearing from the world. One had to know that the 3 realms cloak could also do this, but it couldn't block the prying eyes of Saint Realm Masters. It was only effective against transcendence. However, this string of Buddha beads could. It carried millions of incense and could transform into all living beings. This treasure is priceless. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He continued moving forward. At this time, a golden light shot out from the pillar in front of him. Lin Ling's whole body was in pain. The ancient Buddha light seemed to want to baptize him, but he couldn't move. He could only let the light baptize him. Chapter 1148. Swastika word. Lin Ling, what's wrong? At this moment, Lai Qing sensed something amiss and hurried over. Don't come over. Lin Ling immediately shouted coldly. He finally knew what the golden light was. It was a swastika word that could wash away the killing intent in one's body. If one's killing intent was too dense, they would be killed by the swastika word. Fortunately, Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness was powerful, which allowed the swastika to recognize him. However, Lai Qing couldn't. Lai Qing's killing intent was even denser than Lin Ling's. If she was illuminated by the golden light, she would definitely die. Linling hurriedly explained his thoughts, causing Lai Qing's expression to change drastically. Sure enough, in the land of Buddha, people with strong killing intent couldn't approach. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Linling said again. He sensed that the killing intent in his body had completely disappeared. On the contrary, his overwhelming righteousness had reached an unprecedented peak. He even felt that he could freely control 10 layers of the righteousness profound from the tyrannical Song sword. This meant that Linling's killing intent had disappeared, and his righteousness profound had reached the Great Circle realm. If there was an extreme martial art, he might even be able to comprehend it. This swastika word is so powerful. It can kill people with strong killing intent. Only when the pressure disappeared did Linling slowly walk forward. On the pillar there was an ancient swastika word. However, as time passed, the golden paint had already fallen off. However, Linling still carefully dug out the swastika word. This word was obviously left behind by an almighty expert. It could suppress demons and ghosts. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and its power was about to dissipate at any time. After that, Linling walked around again. Seeing that there was nothing special, he slowly walked towards Yun and the others. "Linling, what treasure is this?" Sakura carried a plaque on his back as he walked over while laughing. This made Linling speechless for a while. This seemed to be the plaque of a temple. Is this guy going to tear down other people's house? This treasure is very powerful. It is compatible with the stone pillars from before. They are both great treasures. After that, Linling checked the plaque. The plaque had the words, "Great Strength Hall" written on it. Although it was modeled and ancient, it had an inviolable majesty. The defense of this treasure was very strong. After all, the signboard of the temple had the power of protection. The stone pillar from before can be big or small. If you use the guardian deity, it will also be a rare weapon. Linling said again. "You seem to know everything." Sakura was shocked. Linling actually knew these ancient treasures. Linling smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he knew them, but it was the eyes of time that saw them. After his eyes of time transformed, his insight and replication ability became stronger. Moreover, there was a large amount of memories that didn't belong to him. It was as if a long time ago, this pair of eyes had seen through all the treasures in the world. Then what about this? Yun also took out a treasure. It was a sparkling and translucent red bead. Sarira. Linling's pupils constricted. In his eyes of time, this was a treasure left behind by an ancient almighty expert. The Sarira could protect its owner, and its defensive ability was even more terrifying than Sakura's plaque. After all, that plaque also had offensive ability, while the Sarira had pure defensive ability. Buddha's light could protect one's body. Yun, this Sarira can withstand many attacks from experts, but there is also a limit to the number of times it can be used. Hang it around your neck, Linling said with a smile, making Yun immediately nod her head. "I didn't find any treasure. How about this?" Lai Qing also walked over. Her murderous aura was too strong, so she felt uncomfortable all over in the temple. She could only find a tattered praying mat. This treasure is used by senior monks. They recite Buddha's meditation every day, and it is equipped with a very dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you cultivate on the praying mat, you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual energy is ultimately limited. After it is used up, the praying mat will turn into ashes. Linling looked at it and said, making the few of them open their mouths wide. Linling's eyes were really mysterious. There was simply nothing that he didn't know. "It's enough." Lai Qing smiled. She was very satisfied. "All right, let's leave this place. Most of the treasures here can no longer be used. It's our luck to be able to find a few." Linling also smiled. He had obtained even more treasures. The Buddha beads that could conceal his aura, the mysterious swastika symbol, and his nature energy had reached the perfect realm. On the way, he had also passed the 3 realms cloak to Sakura. Originally, he wanted to give it to Yun, but Yun had the Sarira to protect her body. Her defense was strong, so there was no need for it. Just as the few of them were about to leave the temple, the model door was pushed open, and a few figures walked in. The person in the lead was a woman who was about 20 years old. After seeing the few of them, her face instantly turned cold. But her gaze finally landed on Yu Man-yun. She said in surprise, "Sister Mengyun?" "Sister Nan." Yu Man-yun was also incomparably surprised, but Lin Ling and the others didn't know these people at all. Yu Man-yun hurriedly introduced them. They are the disciples of the South Pole Celestial Peng, which is a 6-star sacred region. Although it isn't big, they are very powerful. Most importantly, the South Pole Celestial Peng's Island Master and Venerable Sea Calming address each other as brothers. So when Madame Yuqin and I left Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, we went there as guests. Sister Nan Ping treated me very well. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to Dong Fu's old man's place, Yu Man-yun and Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture were out. They must have known each other at that time. "Why are you all here?" Nan Ping's gaze looked at everyone and finally landed on Yu Man-yun. She smiled at Yu Man-yun like an elder sister. The people behind her looked at the temple, and their eyes revealed a strange light. Someone gently pushed Nan Ping. Nan Ping reacted and immediately asked, "You all came here faster than us, did you find any treasures?" When she said this, the expressions of Lin Ling and the others changed slightly. Normal people shouldn't ask this kind of question because this was other people's privacy. "Hehe, we are close friends with Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so you all don't have to be so vigilant. What's more, this temple is only because you all are close to it, that's why you all came here first. But if you obtained any treasures, that's also your opportunity," Nan Ping said with an extremely magnanimous smile, as if she was the big sister next door. Her cultivation was Transcendent Realm 3rd stage, so she was indeed qualified to be everyone's senior sister. Lin Ling thought in his heart, "We are close to the temple, so we came here first." But is that really the case? If it wasn't for Di Shutian accidentally touching that stone sculpture, perhaps these people from the South Pole Celestial Canopy might not know about this place. "We indeed obtained some treasures." "Yes." Yu Man-yun didn't think as much as Lin Ling and said frankly. The eyes of Nan Ping and the others flickered, and one of them asked curiously, "What treasures are there?" "Yes." "Hey, we've answered your question, but don't go overboard." Di Shutian couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but open his mouth. The other party first asked if they obtained any treasures, then asked what treasures they obtained. What was the difference between this and asking about other people's martial arts? This was a taboo. From another point of view, Di Shutian was embarrassed to ask what treasures they obtained, because this would affect their friendship. "What does it have to do with you?" Beside Nan Ping, a youth shouted coldly, "This is a matter between our South Pole Celestial Canopy and Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. We are close friends and our Island Master and your Venerable are brothers. What qualifications do you have to speak?" Chapter 1149. Discussion. Although Yu Man-yun felt a little awkward, Madame Yuqin treated her very well, and had a good relationship with the Madam of the South Pole Celestial Peng. Therefore, she said bluntly, "I obtained a Saraira. It said that its defense is very strong and can protect the body with Buddha's light." Chi. They sucked in a breath of cold air and one of them said with a smile, "Why don't you take it out and let us see?" "Sister Mengyun, treasures can move people's hearts. Be careful not to let others snatch it away." Chi. His gaze was fixed on Sakura and Lai Qing. It was obvious that he was talking about them. However, his words made it even more difficult for Yu Man-yun. The other party wanted to see her Saraira, but how could she easily hand this treasure over to others? However, if she didn't take it out, the South Pole Celestial Peng would think that they were stingy and lose face. After all, the Island Master and Lord Venerable were brothers. The treasure is on Yu Man-yun's neck. Because it's strung together, it's not easy to take it off. If you want to see it, go ahead. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. He took out the Saraira from Yu Man-yun's neck and showed it to them. However, he didn't hand it over for them to see. A strange look appeared in their eyes, but they still smiled. Nan Ping's gaze was still flickering. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Sister Mengyun, your cultivation is only at Transcendent Realm. Why don't I help you keep this treasure?" "No need. This treasure is going to be handed over to Lord Venerable. Therefore, Yu Man-yun can't hand it over. She also doesn't have the right," Lin Ling immediately said. Nanping's face revealed disappointment, but she secretly glared at Lin Ling. This brat had ruined her plans. Sister Nanping, the strongest among them, is only at Transcendent Realm. Moreover, there are only 2 of them. How about it? One of them secretly transmitted his voice with spiritual source. Nanping hesitated in her heart, but in the end, she shook her head and replied, "It's fine if it's others, but Venerable C. Calming's people will be difficult. If the island master knows about this, he will also blame us." Chi. Hearing this, that person felt helpless in his heart. Xiao. Xiao. At this moment, a large number of figures shot in from outside the temple. Clearly, the light of the temple had attracted many experts. Nanping and the others' expressions changed. They looked over and saw many people. There were people from the Qian Hall and the Kuan Hall. Since there is a temple here, there must be treasures. I was the one who discovered this place first. According to the rules, the treasures belong to me. We came here at the same time. The treasures should be divided equally. A large number of voices rang out. None of them were willing to submit to the other party, and the atmosphere was tense. Wait, there's already someone there. But at this time, everyone looked at the door of the temple. They found Lin Ling and the others. "Who are you?" Someone shouted coldly, his eyes full of greed. "You came to the temple first. Did you find anything?" Nanping and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces, because these people thought that they'd obtained a treasure. Nanping was just about to speak when Lin Ling's light voice drifted out. "No, we just arrived as well. If that's the case, get lost." A large number of people rushed in as if they were going to tear down the temple. They kept searching but found nothing. Lin Ling and the others slowly left the temple. There were too many people gathered here, so if they didn't leave now, when would they? What's more, there were no treasures in the temple. Stop! However, as soon as they walked out of the temple, a cold shout rang out. One of the young men from the 4 Symbols Coiling Dragon Mansion shouted coldly, "The temple is empty, so I suspect that you didn't just arrive. Instead, you entered the temple a step earlier and stole all the treasures." Stole? Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. The temple was an ownerless object, so the treasures naturally belonged to whoever came first. But, according to these people, they were the ones who stole. Moreover, these people were accidentally attracted by Sakura, so they were the ones who stole. However, that person's reminder caused everyone to look at Lin Ling and the others. Everyone harbored malicious intentions. "We didn't get any treasures," Sakura immediately explained. As long as they insisted that they didn't get any treasures, these people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They did get some treasures, and one of them is a relic. However, as soon as Sakura finished speaking, Nanping spoke. Her indifferent look made Yu Mun-yun at a loss. She remembered the first time she went to the South Pole Celestial Pong. It was Nanping who entertained her. At that time, Nanping treated her like a younger sister and was extremely polite. The 2 of them hit it off at first sight, and their relationship was very good. Therefore, Yu Mun-yun satisfied Nanping's excessive request because she believed in Sister Nanping. However, Yu Mun-yun didn't expect that Nanping would betray her at the crucial moment. Relic. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Except for the relic, each of them got a treasure. A young man beside Lan Ping said indifferently. Because of the relationship between Venerable C. Calming and their island master, they couldn't snatch the treasures, but they could borrow others' hands. After all, Yu Mun-yun was so weak, so how could she get the treasures? Sister Nan. Yu Mun-yun looked at Nanping in disbelief. Nanping smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, we're from the Qian Hall after all. From a righteous point of view, we shouldn't hide the treasures from them. Sister Mengyun, you should hand over the treasures and let everyone share the harvest. After all, we're under the same banner." Her attitude was righteous, as if she was thinking for everyone. Many people nodded, but Lin Ling and the others had cold expressions. "Yes, we're all from the Qian Hall, but Senior Sister Nanping, don't forget that there are a lot of people from the Kuan Hall here." Lin Ling said word by word, causing Nanping's expression to instantly turn ugly. She wanted to set up a righteous plaque for herself, but Lin Ling exposed her hypocrisy. Since she was thinking for the Qian Hall, why did Nanping announce the news of the treasures when there were people from the Kuan Hall here? "Shut up." Nanping was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She angrily shouted at Lin Ling, then looked at the crowd. I guess there are about 4 treasures. 1 for each of them. The problem now is how to divide them. However, we, the South Pole Celestial Canopy, want 1. The Kuan Hall and the Tigerfong Mansion also want 1. If they don't give it to us, we'll kill them. The Qian Hall and the Zhongnan Mountain also want 1. Although we're all from the Qian Hall, the people who stole the treasures have angered everyone. This time we won't help them. If they don't hand it over, we'll kill them without mercy. The crowd shouted angrily, as if they were dividing the treasures. They completely ignored the existence of Lin Ling and the others, treating Lin Ling and the others as prey. Enough! At this moment a cold voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. When they looked over, they realized that the person who spoke was actually the black-robed young man who had obtained the treasures. This guy was really bold. Everyone was talking about serious matters, and he actually dared to interrupt them. Chapter 1150. What happens when you have a bad mouth? You've discussed enough, but you seem to have forgotten that you should ask me, the owner of this treasure. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely cold. These people were treating them as prey, and were planning to kill them without handing over their treasures. This made him furious. Then he raised the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. The golden sword light turned into a huge sword light beam and broke through the air. Level 10 morality profound. The old man's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to say something, his head was already chopped off. However, he was still standing in the same place, his hand still playing with the 2 steel balls. He did not expect this place to be his taboo. As for those cultivators who were discussing how to divide the treasures, their eyes were wide open at this moment. Brother Long! An angry roar rang out. Another old man stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling in midair. This person was the Tiger Leg of the Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg. The 2 brothers had moved unhindered in Xianpeng province for many years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Both of them were extremely powerful. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they were existences that surpassed the Bodhi Holy Palace's Holy King. Hu Kunlun. The kick stirred the wind and clouds, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Above the earth, chi erupted, and the enormous sole of the foot rumbled towards Lin Ling. Die! At this moment Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He held the sword with both hands as if he was holding an axe and fiercely slashed out. The golden light turned into a crescent moon slash that met the huge foot. As if it was cutting tofu, it actually split the huge foot into 2. Rumble! The voice shook everyone's hearts, causing the surrounding people's mouths to open wide. The Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg were actually killed? What's the use of you people if you don't die? After killing the old man with a single slash, Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. His morality profound, which had reached the great perfection stage, was unleashed, causing the entire space to be filled with dazzling sword rays. Clang! Clang! Wherever the righteous chi passed, the heads of the greedy swordsmen flew up and blood gushed out. The people of the Kuan Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of this young man was so powerful that those swords could not stop him. Kill! Lai Qing had been waiting for Lin Ling to make his move. Now that Lin Ling had made his move, she naturally unsheathed her sword of killing intent. Didn't you want to steal our treasures? Now I'll show you what treasures we've obtained. At the same time, Sakura took a step forward and an ancient stone pillar appeared in his left hand while a huge signboard appeared in his right hand. As he waved it, it was as if he was controlling an ancient power. The strength of the 3 of them wasn't weak. Lai Qing was only a little weaker than Lin Ling, and after Sakura obtained the treasure, his strength increased greatly. His defense and attack had reached the pinnacle level. Although there were transcendent realm experts among the surrounding cultivators, they weren't exotic martial cultivators and were unable to withstand the trio's attacks. A large number of martial artists in the Kuan Hall let out miserable cries as they were slaughtered. Those who were still alive were frantically running away. These 3 people were too terrifying. Share my treasures. Lin Ling's sword of killing intent shone brightly. He had 2 spiritual sources, 500,000 small worlds in his body, and a perfect mastery of profound. Who could stop him? Good kill. The Qian Hall's people couldn't help but shout. The Kuan Hall's people wanted to share the treasures with them. They were simply courting death. You too. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned and landed on the Qian Hall's people. He also slashed out his sword of righteousness. Compared to the Kuan Hall's people, the Qian Hall's people were even more disgusting. After all, they were under the same banner, but they wanted to steal his treasures. This kind of people was even more hypocritical. You're crazy attacking us. Kill. The Qian Hall's people's faces stiffened. This young man was too much, he actually attacked his own people. Previously, all of you said that we had stolen your treasures. Even though we are all members of the Qian Hall, you would not help us and would still kill us. Now why should we treat all of you as one of us? Our treasures, the Qian Hall wants one and the Kuan Hall wants one. You're too naive, I can take your lives. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword was like the sea, dazzling and colorful. Previously, he didn't want to cause any trouble. But these people blocked them and wanted to share their treasures. Since they were blocked and stayed behind, he would kill them all. Die. An even more terrifying sword of righteousness broke through the air and slashed through the void, killing everything in its path. The Qian Hall's people's eyes narrowed. How could they still care about the treasures? They were already worried for their own lives. That sword of righteousness was too sharp. It cut through all evil hearts. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound. Some transcendental realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound was very rare. Only outstanding talents would have it. After all, it was already qualified to practice extreme pattern martial arts. They never thought that this young man would be so strong. The funniest thing was that they were discussing how to share the treasures, and didn't even look at the young man. Swoosh! Wherever the sword of righteousness passed, life and death were separated. A large number of Qian Hall's people were cut into two. Little Sister Meng Yun. The South Pole's celestial canopies people anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's sword of righteousness had already killed two of them. One of them begged for mercy. South Pole celestial canopy and Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture are close friends. However, Yu Yun's expression turned cold. Previously, she trusted the other party and told him everything. However, the other party betrayed them. That friendship had also disappeared. When you betrayed us, you weren't close friends. Moreover, you actually colluded with the Kuan Hall. For the sake of righteousness, I will kill you all. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting the South Pole celestial canopies people in two. Previously, these people's words were pleasant to hear. Everything was for the sake of righteousness. Now Lin Ling returned the favor and killed them for the sake of righteousness. Let's see who was more shameless and hypocritical. You. Even if the South Pole celestial canopies people weren't killed, they would be angered to death by Lin Ling's words. Killing them was actually for the sake of righteousness? The more you know, the faster you die. Previously, you shamelessly asked us about our harvest, which led to your deaths. This is the consequence of having a cheap mouth. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. It was as though he had returned to the sacred ground of the rainforest. Then he slashed out and killed those people. And this was the consequence of having a cheap mouth. That Nanping ran away. After killing those people, Lin Ling looked carefully and realized that senior sister Nanping had disappeared. That woman was very sinister. After bewitching everyone, she immediately ran away when she saw that the situation wasn't right. That woman used them as scapegoats. Sakura still wasn't satisfied. If that woman didn't betray them, the tragedy before their eyes wouldn't have happened. Forget it. This kind of person won't live long. Lin Ling didn't care. Then he looked around again. There was no one around. Those who wanted to share the treasures had all been killed. Those who were still alive were hiding far away. Who are these people? Could they be heroes? What terrifying strength. Fortunately, we came late. Sigh. Chapter 1151. Please discipline me. Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance and pointed at the ground. If you're not afraid of death, then come and take the treasure. His expression was extremely frivolous and domineering, because Lin Ling knew that only by displaying his domineering aura would he be able to intimidate these people. The people in the distance remained silent, not daring to speak as they endured Lin Ling's arrogant attitude. I heard that there are treasures here. However, at this moment in the dusky sky, a meteor streaked across the ground and landed heavily on the ground. A handsome young man appeared, his entire body glowing with 5 different colors as if he was a celestial being. There was a jade token hanging on his waist that flickered from time to time. Extremely dazzling. Are all of you dead? That's great, it saves me a lot of effort. Who obtained the treasure, hand it over. The young man walked as he looked around, ignoring everyone. The people in the distance frowned. Who was this person? However, when their gazes landed on the jade token, their expressions changed instantly. Although this person was only at the first level of Transcendent Realm, he was someone they had to respect. 100 Barbarian Mountains Yisu. Many people secretly exclaimed. Did you all obtain the treasure? Not bad, too bad you killed too many people. It's fine if you killed the Kuan Hall's people, but you even killed the Qian Hall's people. That's too much. Hand over the treasure. I'll hand it over to the Qian Hall. As for the people you killed, I'm in a good mood so I'll help you hide it. The young man looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 and said indifferently. He was somewhat satisfied in his heart. These 4 people had killed the Kuan and Qian Hall's cultivators. In this way the debt of death would fall on their heads. Not only could he obtain the treasure, he also wouldn't offend anyone. Lin Ling and the other 3 were also looking at the young man. Although the young man was only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, the 5 colored lights surrounding his body gave them an immense pressure. Especially Sakura and Lai Qing, they felt the greatest pressure. On the contrary, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Through his eye of time, he could vaguely see that this young man was much stronger than the previous group. However, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had met someone with such strength. Lu Ruffing was the same as well. At that time, Lu Ruffing was also a transcendent First Realm cultivator, but according to Lin Ling's estimation, his battle with Lu Ruffing would at most end in a draw. This draw wasn't due to Lu Ruffing's strength, but rather, it was due to Lu Ruffing's 72 demon gods. This was the reason why Lin Ling was apprehensive. As for the person in front of him, he did not have a demon god and was only strong. In terms of strength, Lin Ling did not need to fear him. Are you here to deliver your head again? Lin Ling coldly snorted. How could he not know what Qin Wentian was thinking? Impudent. Do you know who I am? I am one of the heroes of Qian Hall, the king of heroes. That young man was stunned for a moment before he shouted angrily. The jade token at his waist emitted a dazzling light. That was the hero token. The hero token represented endless glory in Qian Hall. It was a unique existence among millions of experts. In Xianpeng province, it could be called the king of any place. In some ancient cities and countries, it even had rare privileges. Heroes had to be assessed by Qian Hall, and that jade token was a symbol. It was no wonder that those people were so respectful. Hero? I don't know. As for the king, you think too highly of yourself. I'll give you a choice. 1 scram. 2 hand over your head. Lin Ling did not know what a hero was. He was fearless and arrogant. He was very clear that in star-picking nation strength was everything. Status in Qian Hall were just a joke. Furthermore, who didn't fight for treasures based on strength? Who didn't have blood on their hands? What an arrogant junior. Which sect are you from? Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sect master. That young man's voice was low. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After he spoke, the 5-colored aura around his body became even thicker. It was obvious that he was only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he was also a unique martial cultivator like Lin Ling. Teach? Lin Ling sneered. He kept his tyrant song and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. In midair, ancient flames appeared in his palm, sacred and tranquil. Crazy. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. Did he know what a hero was? One must know that those who could become a hero were definitely not people who were just there to make up the numbers. Their strength had to be recognized by Qian Hall. Then everyone looked towards that hero. As expected, that hero was furious. Insolent. I don't care whose disciple you are, I'll kill you. 2 flood dragons appeared on the young man's shoulders. They were violent and crazy. causing his arms to look like two flood dragons. He also shot towards Lin Ling like two flood dragons emerging from the sea. Then I'll ask Senior Hero to give me a few pointers. Lin Ling was unrestrained. The flame in his right hand blossomed with blue light. His aura instantly became vast, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was holding the eye of the sea. Vast and mighty seawater gushed out. Moreover, it wasn't water but fire. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that this person wasn't weak. He had to use a stronger method. That terrifying aura finally made the young man's expression turn serious. He had fought in the north and south. Not to mention First Realm, he had even killed Fourth Realm experts. That was why he was incomparably confident. However, because of his rich battle experience, he also realized that the flame in Lin Ling's hand was very terrifying. It wasn't a supreme martial art, nor was it a perfect profound. It was a powerful innate saint physique that was at least earth rank. Chi. Radiance intertwined. The flood dragon collided with the sea. The flood dragon rolled endlessly in the sea. The flood dragon that was invincible in the past seemed lifeless at this moment. Looking carefully, the ancient flood dragon's body was wrapped in flames. The most terrifying thing was that it couldn't even make a sound. This person has the strength of a hero. The young man's expression changed drastically. He frantically retreated. He never thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be weaker than him, even though he didn't have a hero card. However, was it just that he wasn't weaker than him? The title of hero is indeed not undeserved. Please teach me more. Seeing the young man retreating, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. Controlling the flame of the sea, he took advantage of the young man's weakened aura and ruthlessly suppressed him. 5 flood dragons emerged from the sea. The young man's expression changed again. Regret filled his heart. He frantically pushed out his palms as if he wanted to destroy the sky. However, after encountering the flame of the sea, the 5 flood dragons were drowned again. Although the flood dragons were ferocious, could they escape the might of the sea? Hero, is that all? Floating in the vast sea, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. The endless sea turned into a whirlpool and once again condensed into a blue flame. He then sneered and slapped out his palm. Boundless sea. There was no need for any complicated martial art. This earth-rank flame represented everything. When the flame blasted out, it was like an endless wave surging towards the hero. The hero roared and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped in the flame of the sea and burned into ashes. Only the dazzling jade token fell to the ground. It was incomparably ironic. Hero card. Chapter 1152. The Path of Departure Hero? Yes. Lin Ling floated down and sucked the jade token from the ground over. He was secretly amazed. He didn't know what material this jade token was made of, but even the sea heart flame couldn't burn it. It seemed that the title of hero was indeed extraordinary. Hero killed, too terrifying. Let's go. Let's go. The people in the distance put away their greed and finally turned around to leave. When the hero came, they wanted to try their luck, but now they had completely given up. Provoking that young man was tantamount to sending themselves to death. Let's go too. Lin Ling looked around and then said softly. Lai Qing collected the treasures of the dead people and made a small fortune. The 4 of them stepped on the dark ground and continued forward. This was just a broken continent, and the area wasn't very big. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others had almost searched the entire continent. No one knew how many continents there were like this. This was also unexpected. There were also experts on other continents, especially the continent that Sea Calming Celestial Lord and the others went to. It was probably the largest and oldest continent. And after experiencing the previous incident, the 4 of them were confident in their strength. They knew that it was useless to be patient here. They could only fight with the strong. Especially Sakura, he was the most excited at this moment. It was as if he had returned to the rainforest with Lin Ling, openly killing everything. However, they also had to leave this continent. Lin Ling stood quietly on a hill and used the psychic eye to look into the distance. Then his eyes lit up. He found the way out. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and led Sakura and the others forward. In a moment they came to the edge of the continent. In the distance there was an endless void, and astral winds were rolling in. That's the way out. Lin Ling stared at the astral winds and smiled. One had to know that although this continent had been broken down, it was once a piece of the continent. Therefore, there was still a gravitational force between it and the other continents, forming a strange astral wind that connected the two continents. These astral winds were formed by the gravitational force. Fused, they could leave. Big brother, those gravitational astral winds are approaching. We must stop them, Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura nod his head with a smile. Although he didn't know the reason, he believed in Lin Ling. Rumble. The gravitational astral wind was getting closer and closer. On the surface, it seemed to be covering the sky and the sun. It was so terrifying, and Sakura borrowed the power of the plaque to block off the onslaught of the astral wind. He also used that ancient pillar to support the gravitational astral wind. What are they doing? In the distance, many people also saw the gravitational squall. In fact, they had long been aware of this unusual storm, but they didn't know how strong it was, so they didn't dare to approach it. But now, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, they suddenly became curious. Could it be the way out? Many people strode towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura borrowed the treasure in his hand to support the gravitational squall, preventing the wind from blowing too far. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Eye of Time appeared. That insight and analysis ability was constantly changing. He wanted to find the flaw of the gravitational squall and so on. The gravitational squall was actually one of the rare treasures in the world. It was just that ordinary people couldn't collect it. But as long as it was a treasure, Lin Ling could see the flaw. Are these people crazy? They are forcing the gravitational squall to stay. Be careful not to cause the collapse of the continent. In the distance, a middle-aged man who looked like a prince said indifferently. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He was an outstanding person, and with his hands behind his back, he had an indescribable majesty. Prince, these people are trying to find the way out. A guard said respectfully to him. Nonsense. If those astral winds could leave, we would have already gone to another continent. These people are simply overestimating their capabilities. That prince shouted coldly, and his majesty became even stronger. The surrounding people didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Some of them recognized that prince. He seemed to be someone from Qian Palace's Jade Void Emperor Palace. This palace was very famous, and it was said that it was under one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Luo. Prince Su, you are young, but you like to do things that are difficult. Only when you suffer will you learn how to be cautious. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He and that prince were both at Transcendent Realm 2nd layer, but they were clearly different cultivators. They could easily fight against ordinary Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. They saw that Lin Ling and the others didn't have a jade tablet, so they didn't take it to heart. After guessing Lin Ling's purpose, they laughed in disdain. The gravitational squall was extremely terrifying. Even they didn't dare to approach it for too long. These people actually wanted to use the squall to leave the continent. They were courting death. Elders of Triple Elemental Golden Dipper Sect. These people are from Dinghai Heavenly Palace, right? That old bastard Dinghai Heavenly Palace is really blind. He even dared to recruit such stupid subordinates. That prince obviously knew that middle-aged man. Although he and Dinghai Heavenly Palace were under the same banner, they didn't have a good relationship. The experts of the two forces discussed animatedly, but Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to them. He was still looking ahead. These people are crazy. Since they think that our efforts are useless, they should leave on their own. They want to watch and criticize us. If they aren't crazy, then what are they? Yuman Yun muttered softly. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, their mouths are on their bodies. They can say whatever they want. Lin Ling didn't care. He continued to look at the gravitational squall in the distance, trying to find the rules within. How dare you? What nonsense are you spouting in front of people from Jade Void Emperor Palace? A guard next to the prince shouted angrily. The Heaven Temple was all-encompassing. It had forces from 9-star Saint Domain to 4-star Saint Domain. Since when did the people from Dinghai Heavenly Palace have the right to speak? Although Dinghai Heavenly Palace was ranked in the 6-star Saint domain, they were only afraid of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. They didn't care about the subordinates of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. Min Luo, why bother with these juniors? They will suffer for themselves. The prince waved his hand to stop his subordinate from saying anything unnecessary. For these masters, there were countless masters in heaven and earth temples, and those at the transcendent 3rd stage and above were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. But not every transcendent needed to be wary of them. Only those with talents, heroes, and legends tokens, as well as legendary great heroes, were worthy of their attention. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment he was thinking about how to leave this place. Lin Ling, how do we enter the gravitational squall? The squall is very strong. It is formed by gravity and world energy. Even if I have the plaque, I won't be able to hold on for long. Sakura was still resisting the squall. If it weren't for his treasures, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Those 2 treasures were obviously one of the reasons why so many people stayed here. However, his question was very important. How do we enter the gravitational squall? Idiot question. In the distance, many people laughed disdainfully. Was the gravitational squall so easy to get close to? You're young and ignorant. The elder from 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect also mocked. Lin Ling still ignored them and said indifferently, although the squall is strong, there is a place where it is the weakest. That place is the eye of the squall. As long as we reach the eye of the squall, the pressure we face will be much less. Chapter 1153. The ancient battlefield. Ordinary people thought that the astral wind was powerful and couldn't be approached, but they didn't know that the pressure was the least at the eye of the wind. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, they wouldn't have known about this. Instantly, the faces of the Wangya and the elder turned ugly. They had seen a lot and were highly respected, so they had been pointing and gossiping among themselves. However, Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap to their faces, making them dizzy and disoriented. However, the slap wasn't over yet. Alright, the time is just right. Follow me. Follow me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and shot towards the eye of the gravitational astral wind. Soon after, the pressure came. However, Lin Ling could still barely withstand this kind of pressure. Is this enough? Follow me. Yu Yun's face lit up. She followed Lin Ling and leaped into the astral wind. Then Sakura and the other 2 followed suit. These guys, what are they trying to do? Follow me. Many people looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 standing in the center of the astral wind, and their faces changed. Rumble. Without Sakura's resistance, the gravitational astral wind began to slowly leave the edge of the continent. At first, the speed wasn't fast, but it still let people know Lin Ling's purpose. These guys really wanted to borrow the gravitational astral wind to leave this continent. Is it really possible? Follow me. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Wait for this prince. Follow me. The prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace shouted. His face was filled with joy. He had long wanted to leave this continent. Only by going to a bigger continent could he obtain more benefits. Didn't you say that we're doing useless work? Why are you in such a hurry to follow us? Follow me. Stepping on the astral wind, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back. His long robe fluttered as he looked down at everyone in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace turned as dark as the bottom of a nest. Previously they were watching a good show, but now they couldn't wait to follow. This made him unable to display his prestige as a prince. And you, people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, haha, you are very proud. If you have the ability, don't follow me. I forgot to tell you that the strong gravity wind will only appear after 98 hours. This means that you will be trapped on this continent for 98 hours. When you can go to another continent, I think that any treasure will have nothing to do with you. Lin Ling chuckled again. He had heard of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Not long ago, he had killed people from this sect in the sky above the rainforest island. Bastard! The elders of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect roared. They also stepped out and shot toward Lin Ling. It's too late for you to come over now. Lin Ling's smile remained unchanged. He slashed out with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. At the same time, Lai Qing and Sakura also made their moves. Even if they couldn't defeat the other party, it was enough as long as they could buy time, because the strong gravity wind was slowly leaving the continent. Rumble. When the three of them made their moves, the prince and the elders' expressions changed again. They thought that Lin Ling and the others didn't have any hero cards, and their strength was only so-so. However, after they made their moves, they realized that these people were ridiculously strong. Although they weren't afraid of the other party, Lin Ling and the others delayed them. Wait for me. Those people in the distance ran over anxiously, but they were all stopped by the attacks of Lin Ling and the others. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Sakura was very pleased. Those people who had laughed at his misfortune earlier were now regretting it. That kind of expression was too beautiful. Rumble. The strong gravity wind was getting farther and farther away from the continent. In the end, the people on the continent were still too slow. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others left. Juniors of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. The prince roared angrily. Don't worry, they're going to die too. As far as I know, after the strong gravity wind leaves the continent, the wind force will be even more terrifying. Even if they stand in the eye of the wind, they'll be crushed to pieces. The elder of the triple element Golden Dipper sect said coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Buddhist light in front of them shone and enveloped Lin Ling and the others, blocking the strong gravity wind. It was Yuman Sarira. Sorry to disappoint you again. See you next time. Goodbye. Within the Buddhist light, Lin Ling waved his hand at the people on the continent. That look made everyone almost vomit blood. Damn it. To them, they were from the various powerful forces of the Qian Temple, and Lin Ling and the others were like ants. They were not famous at all and they didn't have any hero cards. However, such a person dared to make fun of them. Haha, awesome. In the strong gravity wind, Sakura laughed loudly. Moreover, it felt very strange. He was stepping on the strong gravity wind, but he didn't feel any wind. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in his life. Of course, what surprised him the most was that Lin Ling seemed to have planned everything long ago and had made sufficient preparations. In fact, Lin Ling didn't plan it long ago. Instead, he had assessed it in his heart after constantly observing through the eye of time. After the awakening of the eye of time, Lin Ling was calmer than usual. His insight and analytical ability had also become stronger. Of course, without Yuman Sarira, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. The defense of this Buddhist Sarira was indeed terrifying. However, we seem to have offended a powerful force. Yuman smiled and said with some worry, what will come will come. Even if we don't offend them, as long as we can leave the continent, they will still attack us. So we just have to face it calmly. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was a treasure land. It was either you die or I live. There was no mercy. Previously, I also saw the trajectory of the gravitational astral wind. I'm guessing that we will reach the second largest continent next. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In the void, there were countless continents. Many of them had cultivators staying there and obtained great benefits. However, the one with the most benefits should be the largest continent. Of course, if they could find the star-plucking royal court, they might be able to touch the most powerful inheritance. Rumble. After the gravitational astral wind arrived in the void, its speed became even faster. It drew a mysterious trajectory across the void. 2 hours later, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. This continent was the second largest in the entire country. It could be said to be the battlefield of an ancient country. Lin Ling and the others jumped down from the gravitational astral wind. The gravitational astral wind was attracted by the gravity of the other continents and slowly left. As soon as they landed, Lin Ling and the others saw a battle in the distance. It was a battle between the Qian Hall and the Qian Hall. Clearly, they were fighting for the treasures. The atmosphere here is very uncomfortable. Ignoring the battle in the distance, Lin Ling looked to the other side. This continent was even darker and gloomier. A gloomy and cold air pervaded the air, making people feel as if they were in the underworld. Looks like we have to be more careful. Yuman nodded. The few of them walked along the hills of different heights. Looking into the distance, they saw a huge monster sitting on the ground like a demon god, looking down at the world. On the other side, they saw a huge dragon lying dormant, glaring at them covetously in the darkness. Because of the oppressive aura, the mountains in the distance became strange. So many bones. Chapter 1154. The Battle of Tong Valley. There's a spear over there. Lai Qing pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. Countless armors and bones were piled up there, and among them, a red tasseled spear was blooming with ripples. It was extremely majestic, as if it was the weapon of a general. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here, to encounter a peerless divine weapon so casually. Indra laughed out loud and ran over in large strides. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. His eyes of time had been staring at the front. As long as it was a dead object, he could see one or two things, so he knew that the spear was useless. Sure enough, as soon as Indra pulled out the spear turned into endless crystal light and disappeared. After so many years, even a divine weapon couldn't withstand the erosion of time and had long been annihilated. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura shook his head helplessly. The four of them continued to move forward, and a huge empty city appeared in front of them. This city was lying on the ground like an ancient qilin, but when they got closer, they realized that it was indeed a qilin, but it was just the skeleton of a qilin. This discovery made everyone gasp. After that, they saw the skeleton of a giant as huge as the Yaksha king, but it had a horn on its head, and they didn't know which demon it was. The ground was full of potholes, and many places were full of bones. Obviously it was a burial mound. Walking further ahead, an ancient stone tablet towering into the clouds appeared. There were 4 large red words engraved on it, as if they were written with blood. However, with the passage of time, the blood words had already dimmed, but one could still vaguely make out what was written. The Battle of Tong Valley. This was indeed an ancient battlefield, the place where the star-picking nation and the demon god fought. No wonder there were ancient corpses everywhere. There are many people there, follow me. Lin Ling's vision was much further than Yu Mengyun and the others. He could see things that were thousands of miles away. Therefore, he saw a large number of people gathered in front of him. Those people were standing there quietly, as if they were trying to comprehend something. After a long time, Lin Ling brought the 3 of them to that place. Looking around, it was a vast valley, and there were many sword marks, footprints, and fists. These fists, footprints, and other relics were incomparably large, as if they were the fists of giants. That sword mark. Lai Qing carefully looked at the sword on the wall of the valley. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She could feel an endless killing intent from that sword. It made her killing intent become restless, and it showed signs of advancing towards a supreme martial art. The profoundness of martial arts allowed one to control the power of heaven and earth. As for extreme martial arts, it allowed one to retain the essence of the power they controlled to form the momentum of heaven and earth. It was also known as extreme momentum. What Lai Qing sensed was the killing intent. Lin Ling, I'll go first. After Lai Qing said this, she immediately walked to the bottom of the cliff and slowly began to comprehend. Everyone here is trying to comprehend ancient martial arts. Find something that suits you and quickly comprehend it. After all, these martial arts relics have existed for too long. No one can guarantee when they will disappear. Lin Ling looked at Yu Mengyun and said. A large number of people around them were also comprehending. They minded their own business. All right. Yu Mengyun and Lai Qing both walked away. Lin Ling continued forward. Currently, he wanted to comprehend 2 things. First, he needed to comprehend overwhelming righteousness. It would be best if he could comprehend the momentum of righteousness. Second, he needed to comprehend flames. What is that? He continued forward, ignoring the people around him. A moment later, in a corner of the huge valley, Lin Ling discovered a towering fire rising from the ground. It looked like an ordinary fire, but it gave him an indescribable feeling of shock. It had to be known that it had been tens of millions of years since the Battle of Tong Valley, but the fire was still burning. Therefore, even if it had turned into an ordinary fire, it still showed how glorious it was in ancient times. The flames formed a huge fist that was about 100 meters wide. It looked like an ancient expert had punched down from the sky. Undying Fire King's fist. Fire. Within the flames, there were scattered figures sitting cross-legged. These people were clearly fire attribute martial artists, and they were using this opportunity to comprehend something. Undying Fire King? Huh. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and walked towards the Fire Fist ruins. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people in the Fire Fist ruins, old and young. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, they sneered and wanted to watch a good show. This was because there had been fire attribute martial artists who had overestimated themselves and wanted to comprehend the Fire Fist ruins. But in the end, they had played with fire and burned to death. These flames looked like ordinary fire, but in fact they were the momentum of fire. And this young man was so confident. He did not comprehend from afar, but directly entered the Fire Fist ruins. He was simply courting death. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked into the flames. This caused many fire attribute martial artists to frown. Another person had successfully entered the Fire Fist ruins. In this way, this person would have to share their resources. One had to know that these flames could be extinguished at any time. The more people comprehended, the faster the flames would be extinguished. Speed up the comprehension. Yes. Many people secretly said. Fire was the most young, mighty and domineering. Fire attribute martial artists were also like fire. They were born with a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat. They did not want to be surpassed by latecomers. These flames are so powerful. Wow! Just as Lin Ling stepped into the Fire Fist ruins, he immediately felt his entire body heat up. Through the eyes of time, he could even see the trajectory of the ancient undying Fire King's fist. In that fist, 10,000 flames condensed into a single fist, exploding into the earth. These movements seemed simple, but they carried with them a taste of the momentum of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. The simplest martial arts could also be the most complex martial arts. Like this, he calmly stood there. Lin Ling's sea heart flame gushed out from his body, causing the blue flames around him to seethe. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow had actually relied on his own flames to resist the ancient Fire Fist. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than theirs. This was because not only had Lin Ling comprehended the Fire Fist ruins, but he had also personally witnessed the ancient Fire King's fist. The Undying Fire King was one of the 10 great generals under the command of the great emperor. His flames were eternally inextinguishable, and he was even fiercer than the Undying Phoenix. However, he had still perished. It was unknown just what secret was hidden behind this transcendent fist. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forwards and the raging flames around his body became even thicker. At this time, his fire profound was crazily growing like a rising sea. So hot. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They could feel the heat. But what surprised them was that this heat didn't come from the Fire Fist ruins, but from the flames around Lin Ling's body. These flames were like a boiling sea. At this time they were boiling over. Who is this fellow? His fire attribute comprehension is too fierce. Many fire attribute martial artists withdrew from the Fire Fist ruins. As for Lin Ling, he had already entered into a wonderful state of comprehension. He slowly walked forwards, his eyes looking towards the skies. There, the Undying Fire King's fist constantly reappeared. Moreover, after Lin Ling's eyes of time had transformed, he could clearly see the birth and attack of the fist from every angle. Chapter 1155. Undying Fire King's Fire Fist ruins. It's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the surrounding flames have turned blue. More people retreated from the Fire Fist ruins, staring at Lin Ling. Why was this guy's comprehension so abnormal? Time passed quietly, and the ordinary flames disappeared. The blue flames occupied the entire Fire Fist ruins, and there was no one left in the Fire Fist ruins. Those people lingered outside the Fire Fist ruins with ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension had reached the pinnacle, and they couldn't even get close. Bastard, what qualifications do you have to have a deeper comprehension than us? A red-robed old man shouted angrily. Fire attribute martial artists were the most unyielding. He didn't understand why Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than his, but he was unhappy. 5 elements Sky Demon Flame. Red flames erupted from the old man's body, turning into an ancient sky demon. This sky demon didn't have a lower body, but the upper body had a ferocious expression. It It was actually formed by flames. Then it charged towards Lin Ling, and its fist was filled with raging flames. Outstanding talent. 5 elements Fire Elder. The surrounding fire attribute martial artist's pupils shrank. They recognized this old man. It was said that he was a fire demon that cultivated in 5 elements mountain. After cultivating for 50 years, he absorbed all the flames in 5 elements mountain for his own use, allowing his innate saint body to reach the rare mystic level. And the power of that fist was naturally terrifying, reaching the great perfection profound meaning. 5 elements Fire Elder is interrupting him. Many people secretly sneered. Of course, they didn't like to see the latecomer gain more. Chi. The heavenly demon charged into the fire fist relic with a magnificent aura. There were no longer any ordinary flames in the fire fist relic. Instead, the flames were burning fiercely like the ocean. However, they gradually disappeared, and Lin Ling's figure appeared. His eyes, which were looking at the sky, slowly looked up and reached out with one hand. Bang! It looked like a calm palm, but it made the 5 elements sky demon roar as it was annihilated. Powerful. The crowd's expression changed drastically. They couldn't see how Lin Ling blocked that attack. The 5 elements Fire Elder frowned slightly, then laughed and turned to leave. Although his attack didn't injure Lin Ling, it at least interrupted Lin Ling's comprehension. Extreme Pattern Martial Arts, the Heaven and Earth Grand Momentum, is also known as Extreme Momentum. It's divided into 4 stages: Small Stage, Large Stage, Peak and Extraordinary. At this moment, a low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the 5 elders to stop in their tracks. What are you saying? Fist Stage Fist. At the same time, the surging blue fire fist was overbearing and majestic. The 5 elements Fire Elder's pupils constricted. He could feel an innate flame pressure enveloping his body, causing his expression to change drastically. There was only a terrifying voice in his heart. Extreme Pattern Martial Arts. Extreme Momentum was born. This was extremely terrifying. After all, even though his attainments in the fire element couldn't be considered to be at the top in Black Pung region, it was renowned as well. However, an unfamiliar young man that had entered the Fire Fist ruins as a latecomer had comprehended extreme force in the fire element, the grand force of the flames of the heavens and the earth. Retreat. The 5 elements Fire Elder frantically retreated and shouted at the same time, "You can't touch me. I'm a founding elder of the 5 elements mountain. That place belongs to the Lu Wangfu." Unfortunately, if he told others about the Lu Wangfu, they would be afraid and stop. However, if he told Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the Qianhal's power, so he would still kill him. Boom! The blue fire fist was like a siege engine. Upon closer inspection, the fist wasn't just filled with flames, it was also formed by the sea. It swept across the 5 elements Fire Elders and finally smashed heavily on the valley's rock wall, leaving a huge fire fist mark on the valley's rock wall. The mark was burning with blue flames and was exactly the same as the Undying Fire Emperor's fist. Of course, due to the difference in cultivation realm, it naturally couldn't be preserved for 10,000 years like the Undying Fire Emperor. Sneak attack. Waving his arm, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He moved his feet slightly and slowly walked out of the Fire Fist ruins. Terrifying. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists were all silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the Undying Fire King walking towards them. It wasn't until Lin Ling disappeared into the distance that they began to discuss amongst themselves. What surprised them was that this mysterious youth was so strong, but he didn't have a hero card. It had to be known that with such strength, he might even have obtained a hero card. Looks like we can't underestimate a martial artist without a hero card. Many people secretly said. The hero card was a division of strength. With this card, ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to casually provoke them, and would have to respectfully salute them. This was also a benefit of the hero card, the pride of the strong. I wonder where Meng Yun and the others are. Lin Ling slowly walked forward. Previously, with the help of the Eye of Time, his fire element comprehension had reached a new level. If he hadn't come to this ancient battlefield, he didn't know how much time he would have spent on this comprehension. This kind of comprehension was also called extreme force. Currently, Lin Ling had barely comprehended it to the small success stage. And this stage also allowed Lin Ling's strength to increase by 30%. As for the newly comprehended martial art, Lin Ling also named it Blazing Sea Flame, because his sea heart flame was the flame of the sea, but it also contained fire, so the sea accompanied it. Moreover, this fist had become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Currently, Lin Ling had a lot of trump cards. Not to mention a first-stage Transcendent Realm hero. Even a second-stage Transcendent Realm hero could be killed by him. Hee little girl, you're quite pretty. Are you alone? Arriving at a dense grassy forest in the valley, Lin Ling saw two men standing in front of Yun. These two men both had hero cards hanging on their waists. However, the colors were different. It seemed like they didn't come from the same palace. This place is like the underworld. There's actually a grassy land. It seems like in the ancient times, there was a strong martial artist who used a powerful martial art here, causing this place to be filled with vitality. Meng Yun is probably comprehending her own martial art path here. Lin Ling secretly thought. He continued to walk forward slowly. Although the two men were heroes, he didn't put them in his eyes. Comprehend it yourself. Why bother me? If my husband finds out, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Yun looked at the two men with disgust. Previously, she was comprehending, but they suddenly came and roared, almost causing her to go berserk. These people were despicable. Your husband? You have a husband at such a young age? The two men laughed disdainfully. That's me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Yun couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling came at the right time. She turned her head and instantly realized that Lin Ling seemed to be different from before. In his aura, the will of fire was thicker, as if he would never admit defeat like fire. Only she could feel it because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. However, others didn't have such a feeling. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. Aren't Qian Palace and Kuan Palace opposing each other? The two of you are walking together. Aren't you afraid of angering the public? Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. He came to Yun's side and said calmly. His expression was relaxed and fearless. Chapter 1156. Terrifying Ancient Soul Little Brat. Qian Hall and Kuan Hall represent two great banners, but they are not enemies. The enemies are the powers within the banners. One of them said indifferently. However, that was indeed the case. To put it bluntly, they were two huge camps. Although they were not enemies, they were not against each other. Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were such mysterious existences. You don't have a masterpiece card? The other person asked casually. I don't have that plaything. Correct. Lin Ling said bluntly. However, that person was still not at ease and continued to ask. Some people purposely hide their masterpiece cards to make others lower their guard. Then, at the crucial moment, they would strike and snatch the treasure. You shouldn't be such a person, right? Correct. I'm not that bored. Correct. Lin Ling smiled honestly. He understood why the other party wanted to pursue this matter. Because he didn't have a masterpiece card. This meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't that hard to deal with. However, it was a pity that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card. But his strength was hard to deal with. Then I'm sorry you stay behind. Correct. The two of them looked at each other and finally believed that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card. Their self-confidence also became stronger. I forgot to say, a cultivator without a masterpiece card might not be weak. Lin Ling continued to smile. At this moment, two figures appeared beside Lin Ling. It was Sakura and Lai Qing. Their auras were clearly different. It was obvious that they had comprehended something here. They also don't have a masterpiece card. You can test their strength. Correct. Lin Ling suddenly glanced at Sakura and Lai Qing as he shrugged his shoulders. Lai Qing understood what he meant. They had just comprehended some insights and wanted to find someone to spar with. As for Lin Ling, the strength of these two wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Unless the other party was a genius at the second level of the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling would still be interested. Although I don't know what you want to do. I'm sorry that you met us. Lai Qing and Indra moved and shot towards the two people, each executing a powerful attack. Lai Qing's sword became even sharper. She had actually comprehended the extreme martial arts. As for Sakura, his comprehension wasn't that deep. However, he held two ancient treasures in his hands. One for attack and one for defense. His attacks were bold and powerful, causing the complexion of those two to change drastically. These people were very powerful. If the two of them were already so powerful, wouldn't the young man who spoke be even stronger? As expected, not having a hero card did not mean that one was weak. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of your name before? The two of them were forced back again and again, humiliating themselves to the extreme. They were being suppressed by someone who didn't have a heroic tile. If news of this got out, it would be a great humiliation. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling said indifferently, which made the two people's pupils constrict. They had never heard of this name before. This name isn't famous at the moment, but it won't be long before it becomes famous in Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to hear it. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He was like an abyss dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. The two of them deeply remembered this name and then wanted to escape. Woo-woo. But at this moment, just as the two of them moved, 3 white shadows floated out from the cliff behind them. These shadows passed through the mountain and were extremely mysterious. They wore broken armor and were expressionless. There was no color in their eyes. However, when the two of them saw the shadows, their bodies trembled violently. Ancient soul! One of them let out a terrified cry as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. Woo-woo! One of the shadows floated forward in a strange manner and entered the body of one of them, causing that person's face to turn hideous. He had a splitting headache as if he had experienced the tribulation of 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. Then his body exploded. Don't come near me. The other person stood on the spot, trembling. He was an elite, but at this moment he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Obviously, he had come into contact with this kind of thing and it had become a nightmare. Woo-woo. Another shadow entered his body, and then his body exploded. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that Lin Ling and the others were stunned on the spot. Lin Ling, what is this? Sakura and Lai Qing's faces changed drastically. One had to know that their strength had increased greatly, but it would still take a long time to defeat the 2 elites. However, when that terrifying thing appeared, it instantly killed the 2 elites. This was too terrifying. The two of them immediately ran toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face turned solemn as he activated the Eye of Time and scanned the shadows. He immediately found that these shadows were souls, just like the souls in the second dream. The souls entered the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth, but the souls were trapped in the void. As time passed, they formed an ancient soul with enormous resentment. Think about it. After thousands of years, they stayed in the star-picking purple mansion every day and couldn't reincarnate. How could their strength be weak? The origin of these souls was the warriors who died in the Battle of Tong Valley. Sword of Death. Lai Qing was indeed cold and emotionless. After a moment of surprise, she slashed out with her sword. However, what was shocking was that the sword passed through the soul and couldn't cut it at all. Let me. Lin Ling shouted as the sea heart flame appeared in his hand. He waved it out like a fairy scattering flowers, turning the earth into a sea of fire. However, the shadows turned a blind eye to it and still slowly floated over. Any attack is useless. This should be the most terrifying thing in the second continent. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Any attack was useless, and if one was touched by the ancient soul, they would be killed instantly. No wonder the 2 people were so scared. This kind of ancient soul was unstoppable. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling slashed out again. This time it was effective, but it only slowed down the movement of the souls. Run quickly. Sakura's face was extremely pale. There was only one way, and that was to run. Then, he turned his head and saw that a large number of souls had appeared in the valley. Many people were running away, and those who were slow were killed instantly. At this moment, human lives were like weeds. A large number of people were cut down. Most importantly, the entrance of the valley was occupied by a large number of ancient souls. There's no way out. Yu Man-yun gritted her teeth and said. Their eyes were a little blank. Brother, where's your stone pillar? Use this treasure. At the same time, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted. Then, He took out the swastika symbol that he obtained from the pillar of the temple and shown it at the ancient souls in front of him. Kiki. Ear-piercing sounds floated out from the ancient souls' mouths. The light of the swastika symbol was like the light of Buddha, causing the faces of the ancient souls to become ferocious. The souls were corroded and gradually turned into wisps of smelly green smoke, disappearing from the earth. This Buddhist thing is effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. Sakura also took out the stone pillar and the plaque of Great Strength's Hall. He took a step forward and shot forward, sweeping away an ancient soul with the plaque. Lai Qing took out an ancient praying mat, but the attack was not very effective. It could only deter the ancient souls from approaching. Chapter 1157. For great masters we have Buddhist treasures, so those ancient souls won't dare to approach us easily. Let's leave the valley. Lin Ling finally relaxed. However, he still sighed in his heart. This world was too mysterious. There were actually souls that could ignore martial arts. This was too terrifying. After that, the few of them left the valley. Immediately, they realized that a large number of ancient souls had gathered outside the valley. However, with the Buddhist treasures, the ancient souls all made way for them. A moment later, the group of 4 continued forward. Along the way, they encountered many ancient souls, but they were all scattered about. Even if they didn't have any treasures on them, they were still able to easily avoid them. The most terrifying thing about ancient souls was their sheer numbers. If a group of them came at them, even a peak transcendent realm master would likely die. After passing through a vast canyon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city was already in ruins. Even from afar, one could clearly see the inside of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared in the city, and a rich aura of life essence pervaded the air. As for outside the city walls, a large number of people gathered there. They were the masters of Heaven and Earth Temple. They were eyeing the things in the city covetously, but they didn't dare to approach the city easily because ancient souls were everywhere in the city. Moreover, there were extremely terrifying existences at the city gate. This city was an armory during the ancient war. There must be countless treasures. When I looked from afar, the water in the city was rootless. It's even rarer than pinnacle life water. It's said that it's rootless water that came from the beginning of the world. But senior brother, there are countless ancient souls in the city, and there are also giant beasts guarding the city. How are we going to seize it? Moreover, the northern nether evil territory, Heaven Temple, Qilin Palace, Heaven Temple, and 3 Yuan Dipper sects are also here. They're probably trying to get a share of the treasures in the city. In one direction, a large number of people in black clothes looked at a black-robed young man. These people were from the Thousand Eras Ghost sect. The leader of the group was a young man with a dark complexion. He wore a black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. Although he gave off an extremely cold and gloomy aura, his facial features were extremely handsome. The two contrasting features formed a strange kind of coolness. On his waist hung a jade token with the word hero engraved on it. The hero token was more glorious than the hero token. It represented supreme status and strength. This person was Gui Xuanzi. As the Ghost King of the Thousand Era Ghost sect, he had reincarnated once and had seen through the flourishing desires of the human world. His shrewdness was so deep that no one could see through him. Meanwhile, the people around him were all gloomy and powerful. 5 of them had outstanding talents tablets, but they still listened to his orders. This also showed that this person's status in the Thousand Generations Ghost sect was very high. Brother Xianzi, the rootless water is in the city, but the ancient souls have occupied the city. Why don't we work together? On the other side, there were hundreds of people from the northern dark territory gathered there. A woman in her 20s smiled. Her voice was charming and seductive, making people feel weak in their bones. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were as charming as spring, could make people have a male impulse. So beautiful. In the distance, many people stared at the woman in the pink dress, their hearts thumping. That is the Northern Dark Lady, the daughter of the Northern Dark Evil God. She is good at harvesting yang to nourish yin. Who knows how many people have died under her pomegranate skirt. If you want to die, then get close to her. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing those who were shaken to gasp. The daughter of the northern dark evil god? They didn't dare to pick this thorny rose. It was as evil as the northern dark evil god. Let's talk about it after we deal with the Cheongqi at the city gate. At this moment Gue Xuanzi shouted in a low voice. He was not moved by the beauty of the northern dark lady and was extremely cold. Cheongqi! Cheongqi! Many people looked at the city gate. There was a huge ancient wild beast lying there. Although it had been there for tens of millions of years, its aura was still terrifying. This beast was like a tiger, and its skin was like black iron. There was a pair of wings on its back, and it was chained to the city gate by a blue chain. On the tiger's forehead, there was a dazzling word demon. Obviously, this wild beast was not the guardian beast of star-picking country, but an enemy from the outside. After it was captured alive by the experts of star-picking country, it was tied to the city gate to prove its prestige. Although the Cheongqi was getting weaker by the day, it was still not something that they could resist. Otherwise, they would have entered the city long ago. Humph, we can only look at the treasures here and can't touch them. On the other side, the people of the Western Sea Dragon Chilin Palace sneered. They couldn't enter the city, but when they saw that the other forces couldn't enter, they felt better. The leader of the group held a fan in his hand and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He was Du Siwen Shan and had a transcendent stage 3 cultivation. It was said that in the Battle of Heroes held by the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Qian Temple, he had obtained a good ranking. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were the strongest forces under the human sovereign. There were a total of 12 of them, and they were in the Qian and Kuan temples respectively. As a result, no one dared to provoke the Western Sea Dragon Chilin Palace in the Qian and Kuan temples. On the other side was the 3 elemental Golden Dipper sect. This powerful force was extremely terrifying, and anyone could become their disciple. Their disciples were all over Xianpeng province. Obviously, they were the kind of overlords who recruited disciples from all over the world. These 4 powerful forces were famous and they were all gathered here, eyeing the treasures in the ancient city covetously. As for the warriors in the distance, they weren't qualified to touch them. They could only look forward to seeing who would be the final winner. At this moment on Lin Ling's side, the 4 of them were standing on a hill and looking at the lively scene below. Their faces were extremely cold. The people of the Millennia Ghost sect and the Northern Dark Territory were below. Lin Ling, why don't we kill them? Sakura said coldly. Their family feud was irreconcilable. When he saw the people from the 2 forces, he was furious. Clang! Lai Qing also raised the sword in her hand. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Although he was furious, the eye of time made him extremely calm. He knew that sometimes when facing one's enemy, it was better to kill them one by one. However, it wasn't as satisfying as seizing the good in the enemy's heart. Therefore, the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. How about being a fisherman for once? As soon as he said that, Yuman Yun and the other 2 looked at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. They had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. However, Yuman Yun was still worried. Then how do we enter the city? The huge creature at the city gate isn't easy to deal with. She knew what Lin Ling meant. It was to snatch the spoils of the 4 powerful forces. However, it was easy to say but difficult to do. They will settle it for us. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Moreover, that huge creature isn't a sacred spirit. It's a dead creature. Like the surrounding ancient souls, it's an ancient desolate beast that has lost its soul. Yuman Yun and the others didn't understand what he said. However, they had always followed Lin Ling as their leader. Since Lin Ling said that, he should have a plan in mind. Du Siwen Mountain in the past when you fought with hero Hao Xinjian, you lost so shamefully that your martial heart was destroyed. I didn't expect you to make a comeback in such a short period of time. At this moment outside the city, the various forces were still restraining themselves and waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Yun, a disciple of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, said indifferently. This person was able to summon the disciples of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect. Obviously, he was extremely powerful and had a hero token. Then, do you want to test my strength? Chapter 1158. Blazing Sia, don't fight. Let's talk it out. I heard that brother Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Siwen Mountain. It's not good to hurt your relationship. Bei Xianyang said coquettishly. She sounded like she was trying to persuade them, but she was actually trying to drive a wedge between them. She couldn't wait for the two sides to fight to the death. Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Suan Mountain? When such words fell on a hot-blooded young man, he naturally wouldn't dare to show weakness. Moreover, the one who spoke was a delicate beauty. Anyone would want to fight for their dignity. However, Xiao Yun snorted and calmed down. What a powerful control. Many people were secretly surprised. The four experts seemed to be unconvinced, but they all had their own ulterior motives. They could endure for the sake of the treasure. In this way, no one knew who would obtain the final treasure. Why don't the four of us join forces? At this moment, Gui Xuanzi, who had been silent, spoke. His words made everyone's expression change. Join forces? Previously, they wanted to see who would have the last laugh, but First Life Ghost King suggested that they join forces. Among the top four, the Thousand Life Ghost sect was clearly stronger. The other three experts' expressions changed slightly. As you can see, this city has ancient protective runes. Only the city gate can be entered. If we don't deal with Chongqi, none of us can enter the city. So let's join forces. Gui Xuanzi looked up and said calmly. The other three experts were a little moved, but they didn't believe Gui Xuanzi. After all, it was better to be careful in this place. To show my sincerity, I can be the first to attack Chongqi. Chongqi is dead, but its soul still exists. Although it's still fierce, it's not smart. Gui Xuanzi was worthy of being an expert of the Ghost Dao. He could see the real situation of Chongqi. If you attack first, aren't you afraid that we'll betray you at the critical moment? Du Siwen Mountain of the Western Sea Dragon Kirin Palace said. He still didn't believe that Gui Xuanzi was sincere in joining forces. Perhaps he was using them as tools. He wasn't that stupid. Gui Xuanzi glanced at Du Siwen Mountain indifferently and then laughed. His smile was extremely bright. You won't betray me because there are countless ancient souls in the city. Although I can't kill the ancient souls, I have a way to attract them to a place. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who didn't know how terrifying ancient souls were? However, Gui Xuanzi had a way to deal with the ancient souls. As expected of someone from the ghost sect. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The ghost sect cultivated the ghost Dao, and ancient souls were a kind of soul. They did have a way, but compared to the restraining method on his side, Gui Xuanzi's method should not be as powerful. At least, it could not kill the ancient souls, but only attract them to a place. I see. Bei Xianyang and the others suddenly understood. One had to know that even if they killed the giant beast guarding the city, there were countless ancient souls in the city. In the end, they still had to rely on Gui Xuanzi. Therefore, Gui Xuanzi was not afraid of them stabbing him in the back. This Gui Xuanzi was indeed very shrewd. To show our sincerity, the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect will make the first move. Gui Xuanzi took a big step forward, and Ghost Qi spread out. A ghost head with two horns appeared on his left shoulder. He pulled the mouth of the ghost head, and a sword shining with cold light appeared. It was the sacred weapon Soul Slayer sword. Whoosh! With a slash of his sword, Ghost Qi gushed out, forming a twin-horned ghost king that was almost 100 meters tall. The twin-horned ghost king fiercely swept its claws. Rumble! The city wall rumbled, but there were runes protecting it. When the ghost claw fell on Chongqi, Chongqi's eyes shone with green light, and its ferocious nature burst out. People of the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect, go! Gui Xuanzi shouted again. The people of the Ghost Sect fearlessly rushed forward and blocked Chongqi's attack for Gui Xuanzi. However, many of them were burned to death by Chongqi's flames. The Thousand Eras Ghost Sect was such a ruthless sect. If one wanted to join the sect, one had to hand over his soul and obey the leader's orders, unless one was a ghost king. People of the Northern Nether Territory, go! Bei Xianyang also shouted. Since Gui Xuanzi had already made his move, she naturally could not hold back. Otherwise, after entering the city, she would not be able to share the treasures with them. Go! The other two powerful heroes were also red-eyed and made their moves. Rumble! Rumble! Sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the ancient city. The aura they exuded caused the gazes of the spectators to stiffen. What a terrifying group of four heroes! Their strength was enough to kill a transcendent fifth realm cultivator. Not only that, among the heroes, there weren't many who could match them. Obviously, those who possessed the hero token were all experts capable of challenging those of a higher realm. However, even with the 4 heroes working together, many people were still killed by Chong-Chi. Although Chong-Chi seemed to be chained up, its range of movement was not small. However, it had lost its intelligence, so it would not take the initiative to attack. Only when its territory was invaded would it open its bloody mouth. Amazing, after 10,000 years, this beast is still so terrifying. It's like 10,000 years ago. Gue Xuanzi was shocked to see the people of the ghost sect dying. He was almost injured because Chong-Chi's speed was too fast. The other 3 heroes were not any better. They tried their best to attack Chong-Chi, causing their men to die in large numbers. Their hearts were also bleeding. However, the treasures were right in front of their eyes. What they had to pay was 10 times the reward. Everyone, don't hide your trump cards. Suppress it with all your strength. Gradually, the aura of the 4 heroes became stronger and stronger, causing Chong-Chi to be suppressed. The chains on its body rumbled as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This Chong-Chi can recover by itself, so we need to recover in one go. Gue Xuanzi shouted again and kept slashing with the sword in his hand. Indeed, Chong-Chi's ancient bloodline was too powerful. Its recovery ability was huge, so it only needed a breath's time to recover half of its aura. Now, finally, Gue Xuanzi found a loophole in Chong-Chi's defense. He slashed with the gloomy ghost energy. Ghost City appears. It was as if the ghosts of the entire city came from the void. They moved mountains and seas and pounced on Chong-Chi. Chong-Chi's aura was weakened by everyone's attacks. It needed a short time to recover, but Gue Xuanzi's slash obviously would not allow it to recover. Blazing sea flame. However, at this moment the sky suddenly changed. An ancient fist fell from the sky with blue flames, shocking everyone. The fist of the undying Fire King. Some fire elemental warriors narrowed their eyes. They had also been to the Fire Fist relic and even learned something, so that fist felt very familiar to them. Did the attacker want to join the 4 heroes and get a share of the loot? Idiot! Idiot! Madame Bei and the others sneered disdainfully. That person suddenly attacked. Even if he helped to suppress Chong-Chi, they would not admit that he was qualified, so that person was an idiot. He helped them for nothing. However, that was their wishful thinking, but they did not know that they were thinking too much. Rumble. Chapter 1159. Great General Immortal Water Pop. Pop. When the 2 strong forces collided, surging spirit chi exploded out, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was a collision between the forces of heaven and earth. The person who came actually also knew extreme martial art. Very powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation level is a bit too low, resulting in your power still lacking a bit. Gue Xuanzi was stunned for a moment and then sneered. That mysterious man probably had the strength of a hero, but he was still no match for him, let alone compete with him. Pop! Pop! The ghosts in the ghost city were still majestic. 2/3 of them were killed by the Fire Fist, but the remaining 1/3 of them were like moving mountains and seas. In the end, they destroyed the terrifying Fire Fist. However, Gue Xuanzi soon realized that the remaining ghost city's momentum was no longer enough to suppress Chong-Chi. Moreover, the strange appearance of the Fire Fist gave Chong-Chi a moment of respite. Its injured body was recovering rapidly. Rumble. In the end, the sword slashed down onto Chong-Chi's body, and it blasted Chong-Chi's enormous body flying backwards. It smashed onto the other side of the city wall and left the city gate open. At this moment, 4 figures shot over like shooting stars, and they flew over the heads of everyone and shot towards the city with mocking voices. That aura was like the arrival of a king, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Bastard! The faces of the 4 heroes froze for a moment before they cursed angrily. They realized that they had been tricked. The other party did not intend to help them at all. Instead, they helped Chong-Chi. When Chong-Chi was sent flying by Gue Xuanzi's sword, they rushed into the ancient city. The 4 great heroes had been used as cannon fodder. Who are you? Gue Xuanzi stared ahead and roared. His usually cold face was now filled with anger. His opponent was too cunning. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture's Lin Ling. The frivolous voice was accompanied by arrogance. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing many people to be at a loss. Who was this person? Only Bei Xinyang and Gue Xuanzi's expressions changed. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. He was their enemy. Then the two of them recalled the previous scene, and the anger in their hearts surged. Lin Ling, this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had been holding back and did not make a move. When Qi's aura was at its weakest, he helped Qi. Then, he took the opportunity when Qi was sent flying by Gue Xuanzi to enter the city. This also meant that the four heroes had helped Lin Ling enter the city. The most abominable, after Lin Ling had entered the city, Qi was still blocking them, and Qi was used to help Gue Xuanzi. That meant that the four heroes had helped Lin Ling into the city. That meant they helped Qi. The entire plan was horrifying and extremely detailed. It made people wonder if Lin Ling had been preparing for 3 days and 3 nights. Just at this moment, the Qi that was sent flying let out a furious roar and walked back to the city gate. Its furious eyes stared at the crowd. It had recovered to its peak. Seeing Qi guarding the door again, the four heroes' faces became even uglier. So many of their people had died in vain. No, they didn't die in vain because those people had helped Lin Ling and the others achieve their goals. Lin Ling, Bei Xinyang, will not live under the same sky as you. Bei Xinyang's charming face became ferocious at this moment. You came to my rainforest sacred land to kill people. Do you think our hatred can be resolved? At this moment, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from the city. I will kill you. Bei Xinyang's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her killing intent became even stronger. Gue Xuanzi's face was also gloomy, but he was a shrewd person. He did not show his emotions on his face, so he did not say anything. Instead, he sneered, Lin Ling, if entering the city means winning, then you are dreaming. Don't forget, there are a lot of ancient souls in the city. As soon as he said this, many people sneered, especially those in the distance. They stood on the hill and could vaguely see the scene in the city. Therefore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's group being surrounded and killed by the ancient souls. However, in their line of sight, the ancient city was rippling with Buddhist light. Not only did the densely packed ancient souls not surround Lin Ling's group, but they also avoided them. They have treasures. They are not afraid of the ancient souls. The people who saw this scene suddenly shouted in surprise. Gue Xuanzi and the other heroes were stunned for a moment. Then blue veins appeared on their foreheads. Their last hope was shattered. The ancient souls could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Gue Xuanzi in particular felt the most uncomfortable. He had reincarnated for a lifetime and had seen all kinds of things in the world. He was confident that he could control everything. And that was indeed the case. Previously, he controlled the 3 heroes with a single sentence and asked them to join forces to kill Qi. However, this was just a wedding dress for someone else. Compared to Lin Ling's wisdom, his shrewdness was like a petty trick. Interesting. This Lin Ling is really powerful. There was no lack of neutral martial artists in the distance. After seeing the situation in front of them, they could not help but smile faintly. They were full of expectations. Treasures that are not afraid of the ancient souls. Great. We must pull this person over. On a mountain peak far away, a slender figure looked in the direction of the ancient city and smiled slightly. Kill everyone, go all out. At this moment, in front of the ancient city gate, the 4 heroes were going all out. First, they were played by Lin Ling. They had to take revenge for the humiliation. Second, if they did not enter the city, the treasures in the city would have nothing to do with them. However, when they first attacked Qi, they had more people. After sacrificing a large number of people, they managed to weaken Qi. This time they had fewer people. If they wanted to achieve the same effect as before, it would take a longer time. Haha, I Sacre Tian will accept the treasures in the city for you. At the same time, a bold and domineering voice came from the ancient city. The 4 heroes were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment in the city there were countless ancient souls. However, they were all wandering in the distance like rootless duckweeds. Lin Ling and the other 3 walked along the streets. This ancient city seemed to be a resting place during the ancient war. Therefore, there were many treasures hidden in the city. However, as time passed, except for the vitality stones, everything else had been destroyed. Therefore, Lin Ling and the other three had collected a lot of vitality stones. As they walked towards the center of the city, they passed by a general's mansion. Lin Ling stopped. This general was the general who had guarded the city in the past. He was also one of the 10 generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, Immortal Water. This person's strength is comparable to the Undying Fire King. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the invasion of the ancient demon god. Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he stared at the entrance of the mansion. There was a statue there carved out of a huge white rock. It exuded an icy aura. The man in the statue was about 20 years old. His features were cold and there was a sense of mystery. His nose was tall and sharp, and he looked cold and murderous. His eyes were indifferently looking at the flower in his hand, and there was an indescribable sadness in them. This was an extremely handsome man. His handsomeness did not come from his facial features. Instead, it came from his temperament. It was a temperament that was full of vicissitudes. This man is Immortal Water? Chapter 1160. Rootless water. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as dogs. He painstakingly guarded this place and finally died in battle. Before he died, he didn't even get to see his wife. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he saw a large number of words below the stone sculpture. Chan Xian Shui, under the order of the Great Emperor, protected the south of Tong Valley. However, the demon god was fierce, and the people were in a terrible situation. He was at the end of the battle and was unable to reverse the situation. He wished to see Xiao Qian again in his life. Sure enough, in order to protect this place, this general didn't even get to see his lover before he died. He died with grievances. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and life and death are in front of us. If we can't be together with the person we love, it will indeed be a regret in life. Yuman Yun said in a low voice. Sakura and the others nodded. Lin Ling was still looking at the stone sculpture. The appearance of the Eye of Time made him frown. This stone sculpture was actually carved by Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui didn't die here. At the crucial moment, he received a secret order from the Great Emperor to escort the treasure of heaven and earth away, leaving behind the Star Plucker's pride. This treasure wasn't the inheritance of heaven and earth that was passed down in the outside world. It was another treasure, the essence of the Star Plucker Great Emperor's life. As for what it wasn't written below the stone sculpture. It also didn't say where the treasure was. However, one could imagine that the treasure must be extremely powerful. The only thing that left an impression on Lin Ling was that the outline of the treasure was a small 9-floored ancient palace. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He led the group and continued forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared. This pool was a few hundred meters wide, and the essence of life was extremely rich. There were a large number of bones around the pool. Those people were running in the same direction, as if they wanted to run to the pool. However, they failed halfway. Some of their bones were broken. Obviously, the enemy killed them before they reached the pool. This water is the rootless water. It is said that there is no root in heaven and earth. It came from the moment when heaven and earth were created. From a drop of water, the second drop gradually formed a pool of water. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's Eye of Time appeared and scanned the ancient water. Then he smiled. So we can soak ourselves in it as we wish? Sakura couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, the main function of this water is to recover. Although it can't enhance your competence, it can strengthen your body and enhance your understanding of power Upanishads. Lin Ling nodded again. Everyone could no longer hold back the joy in their hearts and walked towards the rootless water. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His eyes of time continued to check. In the end, he saw the drop of water that had no roots. The water in the entire huge pool was derived from that drop of water. That drop of water must be obtained. Gulyalu Ulu. The four of them were soaking in the sparkling silver pool, and an indescribable feeling of comfort wrapped around them. The silver liquid was like a gentle hand, caressing their bodies. Calm, Gul gul gulguls gulgul 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 gulgula woken gulgulon gon. Transcendent second layer. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. Sakura should have been stuck in the transcendent realm for a very long time. Therefore, the refinement of this heavenly treasure had finally pushed him to a new peak. Lin Ling then looked at Lai Qing and Yu Mengyun, only to see that both of them had entered a state of cultivation. Their bodies were continuously absorbing the rootless water, expelling the impurities in their bodies. Lin Ling didn't disturb them. He let little flame out to absorb the treasure of heaven and earth. He sank into the pool and searched for the first drop of rootless water. After all, that drop of water was the key. It could continuously produce new rootless water. Silver light flickered in the water. It was dreamy and one couldn't tell which drop was the true rootless water. However, Lin Ling's eye of time had always been heaven-defying. He sank into the water and continued to check. In the long river of time, he could find the first drop of water. After a long time, Lin Ling stopped at a spot in the water. He stood there quietly. The water in front of him rippled and the first drop of rootless water was in the middle. However, this water seemed to have a spirit and would often hide in other water. This required Lin Ling's patience to find it. Unmoving like a stone statue, Lin Ling released his mental energy and enveloped the surroundings. This was a test of patience. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the most was patience. He was able to rely on himself to reach his current height. Patience and hard work were two of the most important factors for him. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's pupils revealed a dazzling light. His right hand shot out from the water. His palm faced forward and he suddenly clenched his fist. He finally caught the first drop of rootless water. This water was extremely precious. Could be produced continuously. Moreover, the rootless water that was produced had a strong recovery power. It was more useful than any medicinal pill. Gurgle gurgle. After keeping that drop of rootless water, Lin Ling was ecstatic. He swam out of the water and found that Sakura and the rest had already woken up. It turned out that it had been 6 hours since he entered the water. The speed of time flow made Lin Ling surprised. He thought it had only passed in an instant. The rootless water is useless to us now, Sakura and Lai Qing said helplessly. After all, the rootless water was used to train the physical body. Although it could increase their strength, their bottleneck was limited. Therefore, they didn't absorb a lot of rootless water. This was just like the medicinal pill cultivation. No matter how good the medicinal pill was, it still needed time to digest it. Otherwise, no matter how many medicinal pills were swallowed, it would be useless. They were in such a state now. Then use your guardian deity. The guardian deity is stronger than you and can absorb more rootless water. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suggested. Sakura and Lai Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I can't absorb it myself, but the guardian deity can. After that, both of them released their guardian deity and immersed themselves in the sparkling silver water. Mengyun, if you sense that the rootless water has reached its limit, release your guardian deity as well, Lin Ling said to Yu Menyun. Yu Menyun nodded and entered the state of cultivation again. Lin Ling released the ancient flame devil and crazily absorbed the surrounding water. After all, the water would only benefit others if it was left behind. It was better to absorb it all. Most importantly, the first drop of rootless water had been collected by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling could freely absorb it. This water is used to train the physical body. I wonder how much of my small world can be awakened. The ancient flame devil's body was submerged in the water. On its neck, Lin Ling's upper body could be seen. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. For this tempering, he wanted to strengthen his foundation and increase his strength once again. Absorb it! With a low roar, Lin Ling and the ancient flame devil seemed to have turned into the eye of a whirlpool. The surrounding water surged crazily. Sick! Chapter 1161. Appearing again. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. He sensed that the number of micro-worlds in his body had reached 600,000. This change made him ecstatic. One had to know that the higher the level of body tempering, the more difficult it was. Awakening a micro-world required a large amount of heavenly treasures, but now in such a short period of time, He had awakened 100,000 micro-worlds. This rootless water was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not continue to cultivate. Currently, the four heroes were attacking Chongqi at the city gate. If they succeeded, then there would be trouble in the future. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then left the pool. He noticed that half of the water in the pool was gone. Then he used the green ring to store a large amount of water and shot towards the city gate. At this moment, the battle at the city gate was still in full swing. The four heroes were gasping for breath as they continued to attack the Chongqi. Most of the people under their control had already died. The Chongqi was indeed very powerful. However, they could not swallow their anger. Even if all of them died, they still had to take down the city gate. Especially when they thought of Lin Ling and the others plundering the treasures in the city, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Chongqi's momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Gue Xuanzi's face was cold, and his whole body was emitting an icy aura. A name appeared in his mind from time to time, a name that he hated to the bone. It was Lin Ling. Once the city gate was breached, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling and the others entered the ancient city first, they might not be able to take all the treasures. Therefore, as long as they killed Chongqi quickly, they could still obtain a large amount of treasures. In fact, he did not know much about Lin Ling. He did not even know how powerful the other party was. He only knew that this person had an irreconcilable enmity with the Trail Era's Ghost King. As the Trail Era's Ghost King, he naturally had to help the Trail Era's Ghost King kill this ant. Unfortunately, he failed in their first meeting. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, on top of the city wall, a slender figure stepped on the broken bricks and slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a handsome young man wearing a black robe and carrying a large sword on his back. He gave off an extremely strong visual impact. His expression was calm and he looked down from above. Even if he didn't have a hero card on him, he still had a majestic aura about him. It's him. Looking at the handsome young man, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They still remembered the scene when the young man led 3 people into the ancient city. Furthermore, that young man was so arrogant that he dared to provoke the 4 great heroes. His boldness and courage were truly admirable. Lin Ling. The 4 heroes looked at the young man on the city wall with murderous intent in their eyes. This guy still dares to appear? The Thousand Lives Ghost Sect and the Northern Dark Evil Territory came to the Rainforest Holy Land and massacred us. You and I cannot live under the same sky. So don't blame me for being merciless today. On the city wall, Lin Ling was looking at the 4 heroes coldly. Everyone's eyes twinkled. No wonder this guy wanted to fight against the 2 great powers. It turned out that they had a grudge against each other. However, they had never heard of the Rainforest Holy Land. The cultivators born there were not that strong. However, that young man dared to fight against the 2 great powers and even made them suffer losses. His ability was extremely powerful. Hatred can never be resolved. But don't think that you can be proud just because you took advantage of them. Gue Xuanzi's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. The other 3 heroes were the same, especially the evil lady of the north. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, after we break the city wall, sister will serve you well." Although her voice was seductive, the murderous intent in it was extremely thick. Many people trembled. It was said that the men who were captured by the evil lady of the north would suffer a fate worse than death. They would be locked up in the harem to nourish their young. That kind of suffering was unimaginable. That young man is in trouble. The crowd looked at Lin Ling on the city wall. He had offended the 4 heroes. His life would be worse than death. Sister? Are all the people of the Northern Dark Evil Territory so despicable? On the city wall, Lin Ling didn't care. His cold voice made the evil lady of the north's face turn gloomy. But soon she smiled and said, "You're so annoying. Don't worry, sister will serve you well." Her voice was even colder. It seemed like she had no choice but to kill Lin Ling. There was no way to compromise. "Let's talk after you break the city wall." Lin Ling's smile didn't change. He was fearless. He looked at Du Xuanshan and Xiao Yun from the Western Sea Dragon Unicorn Palace and said, "You two are very pitiful. You have a hero card and can be considered a hero. However, you're working for someone else. Don't you feel ashamed? Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's eyes quietly changed. To be honest, Lin Ling clearly came for revenge. However, they had no enmity with Lin Ling. This is a grudge between me and the Thousand Era Ghost sect. Do you want to be used as a tool? Lin Ling said again. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun became even more silent. They were seriously considering this problem. After all, they were heroes. If they were used as tools, it would be a disgrace. So powerful. He defeated the 4 heroes with just a few words. In the distance, some older warriors were shocked. Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but his wisdom was extremely frightening. Haha, it seems like you're also struggling on your deathbed. At this moment, Gue Xuanzi laughed loudly. His voice shook the sky, causing Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun to react. Their eyes kept flashing. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. This also shows that you're afraid. You're afraid that once Chongqi dies and the city gate is broken, you'll definitely die. Unfortunately, it's better if you don't say such words. Saying it shows us the weakness in your heart. Gue Xuanzi seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. His smile became even more relaxed. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's hearts jumped violently. Then they sneered. They almost fell for Lin Ling's trick. If they broke off their alliance with Gue Xuanzi, then Gue Xuanzi and the others would have to spend more time to kill Chongqi. This would benefit Lin Ling. How cunning. Unfortunately, we can't do as you wish. Du Xiuanshan stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, You're courting death. Today the city gate must be broken. How dare you steal from Du Xiuanshan? Do you think you can still live? Use you as a tool? You're just an ant. You haven't reached the point where I'm afraid of you. Xiao Yun also shouted coldly. The two of them snorted disdainfully, as if they knew Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling failed to drive a wedge between us. Instead, it made the 4 heroes even more united. I'm afraid that Chongqi won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Ling has shot himself in the foot. The crowd in the distance sighed. After failing to drive a wedge between them, Lin Ling probably had no way to stop the 4 heroes. He was like a beast trapped in the city. This was the result of greed. Chapter 1162. A race against time. You must be proud now. The city gate is about to be breached. Let's see if you can still smile later. Gue Xuanzi saw Lin Ling's calmness, but he did not care at all. He guessed that Lin Ling was just pretending to be calm, but he was actually very nervous. It could only be said that in terms of shrewdness, Lin Ling was no match for him. Chongqi's momentum has weakened greatly. Breaking the city gate is within sight. Gue Xuanzi ignored Lin Ling and ordered the other 3 heroes to attack Chongqi. Kill. The other 3 heroes sneered and used their full strength. The city gate is about to be breached. The eyes of many people in the distance flickered. Lin Ling was probably doomed. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the city wall. It's been hard on you guys. However, fighting Chongqi can increase your combat experience. So for your future, it's better to fight Chongqi a few more times. Especially Gue Xuanzi and that bitch. It's never wrong to fight more. This is what I'm reminding you guys. Fight more? Many people were puzzled. What did Lin Ling mean by this? On the other hand, Gue Xuanzi and Bei Xianyang's faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was instructing them like a senior? He even called himself older brother. Was he mocking them? However, they didn't quite understand what Lin Ling's words meant. Chongqi, try harder. At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand. From the green ring, the rootless water that he had prepared earlier sprinkled down like rain. It was sparkling and translucent, as if a goddess was scattering flowers. Many people's eyes flickered. What was Lin Ling doing? However, when the rainwater landed on Chongqi's body, something strange happened. Chongqi's injured body rapidly recovered. The rootless water was a treasure used for recovery in the ancient war. Its effects were naturally terrifying. Furthermore, Chongqi's recovery abilities were strong. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, Chongqi had fully recovered. Silence. The entire world was deathly silent. Chongqi had recovered. This also meant that if Gue Xuanzi and the others wanted to break through the city gate, They would have to start all over again. No wonder Lin Ling said that it was good to fight more. How could they not fight now? The expressions of the four heroes froze as they stared at the revived Chong-Chi in disbelief. A sense of anger from being toyed with once again rose within them. It's the city's rootless water, Gui Xuanzi roared. He knew what kind of treasure Lin Ling had used. You guessed right, but it's a pity that there's no reward. You guys should continue to work hard. Remember my words. Fight more. You can't go wrong. On top of the city wall, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His smile was mocking, but it was also cold. These people wanted to break into the city and kill him. This idea was good, but unfortunately it couldn't be realized in the short term. After leaving these words, Lin Ling disappeared from the city wall. Outside the city gate, there was still complete silence. The crowd's pupils constricted. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling's last resort was to bewitch the four heroes and cause internal strife. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's purpose was not to bewitch them, but to restore Chong-Chi to its peak? If Chong-Chi was at its peak, the four heroes would have to spend a lot of time to destroy it. Lin Ling, Gui Xuanzi shouted again. After he entered the star-plucking purple mansion, there weren't many people he was afraid of. It was mainly those heroes and geniuses. Among the heroes, there were only a few who could make him feel fear. However, Lin Ling, whom he had only met once, had made him suffer twice. Kill! The four heroes held their breaths and furiously charged towards Chong-Chi. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. This kid looks reckless, but he's as meticulous as a needle. He's only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he's able to make the four heroes run in circles. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll face the four heroes after the city gate is broken. On top of a distant hill, a mysterious young man was drinking wine as he watched the scene in front of him. To him, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. The four heroes are all at the third stage of Transcendent Realm. Moreover, they have the hero token. Their strength must be incomparably strong. Lin Ling thought to himself as he rushed towards the city once more. He was well aware that a martial artist that possessed a hero card wasn't just there to make up the numbers. After all, this was a strength that had been proven after the trials of the Universe Temple and Kuan Temple. As of now, Lin Ling didn't fear powerhouses that possessed hero cards, but he had to be careful of those with hero cards. They still need some time to break through the city gate. I'll use this time to increase my strength. In this race of time, we'll see who's the king. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He returned to the rootless water pool and explained the situation outside the city. Yu Man-yun and the rest nodded in agreement. This was a battle of life or death. What they needed was to increase their strength. However, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. In this world, strength was everything. In order to become stronger, there were times when one had to put pressure on oneself. Moreover, if they didn't fight for the rootless water, others would become stronger after obtaining it, while they would remain stagnant. Therefore, they were willing to take the risk. Natural selection. In this merciless world, it was all about who could run faster. Rumble. In the giant silver pool, Lin Ling summoned the ancient flame devil. At the same time, his miniature world awakened and absorbed the rootless water crazily. The water in the pool decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the path of martial arts, many people had already given up on cultivating their physical body because it was too difficult. If Lin Ling hadn't tempered his physical body before, he wouldn't have continued on this path. However, since he had started, he would continue on with determination. Rumble. It was as though endless lightning had exploded in his body. The 700,000 miniature worlds awakened at the same time. It was as though 700,000 resplendent lights had appeared in Lin Ling's body. Every light was filled with terrifying power. Moreover, these powers contained the power of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the control of spiritual energy. Obviously, the awakening of his miniature world allowed him to control his bones, organs, and everything else. Pop! 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 At the same time, the ground began to sink. Dust soared into the sky, causing Yu Man-yun and the other two's expressions to change drastically. In their eyes, Lin Ling sank into the ground with the pool. It was as though the ground couldn't hold up Lin Ling's weight. Is this guy going to transform into a demonic beast? Sakra's face was filled with horror. He looked at Little Flame and suddenly felt that Little Flame was no match for Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. Chirp, chirp. Little Flame waved its fist and was happy for Lin Ling obviously. It noticed that Lin Ling was transforming at a crazy speed. This transformation was different from ordinary martial artists becoming stronger. He was walking on another path of martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1163. Attacking the city. Looks like we can't cultivate anymore. Lai Qing shook her head helplessly. However, she had also reached her limit. No matter how much rootless water there was, she couldn't absorb it anymore. Moreover, she and the Guardian had stored a large amount of rootless water in their bodies. They needed to fight to digest those treasures. Yuman Yun sighed. In the Water Moon Holy Land, martial cultivators mainly cultivate their physical bodies. However, when they become stronger, they will realize that this path is very difficult. In the end, they can only follow the general trend and cultivate their spiritual energy. Lin Ling came to the Water Moon Holy Land in the past and cultivated the Tai True Body. I didn't expect him to persist on this path. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If the warriors of the Water Moon Holy Land learn from Lin Ling and persist on this path, they will discover another sky. Of course, the premise is that they have enough treasures to temper their physical bodies. Sakura also sighed. Then they realized that not only the surroundings, but even the entire ancient city was surging toward the well, as if it was being sucked in. This was caused by the continuous sinking of the earth. Has he awakened 800,000 small worlds? Yuman Yun was even more expectant. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already awakened 900,000 small worlds. His physical strength had reached 900 million. What kind of concept was that? With the strength of his physical body, he could break the sky with his fists and crack the earth with his feet. That kind of power was not inferior to spiritual source attacks at all. The most terrifying thing was that his defense was even more powerful. One had to know that the Tyrant Song Sword was a king-grade sacred artifact, but Lin Ling had never been able to unleash its power. That was because Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Now that his physical strength had increased, the power of the Tyrant Song Sword was also constantly being dug out. At this moment, in the depths of the earth, the rootless water turned into a whirlpool and was crazily being absorbed by Lin Ling. Moreover, there was less and less of it. Pop! Pop! As for Lin Ling in his senses, the sound of thunder was constantly erupting. One small world after another was crazily awakening. The speed made Lin Ling excited as if he was drinking wine. Oh my god, look at the city. That huge pool has disappeared. At this moment outside the city, the crowd on the hills pointed in horror. They had also seen the terrifying phenomenon in the city. Bastard! The four experts roared. Lin Ling was despicable. They didn't know what method he used to steal all the rootless water. And they were still attacking the city gate. The people who had died before had died in vain. We must kill Lin Ling. The four heroes also had ugly expressions. They wanted to kill Chongqi and split the treasures in the city, but there were no treasures left for them. However, they still had a glimmer of hope. As long as the treasures were with Lin Ling, then they could take back everything they had lost. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling had only collected the rootless water. They did not know that Lin Ling had directly refined it, and even stored what he could not refine in his body. Kill! The chilling aura around Gue Xuanzi's body became even more turbulent, causing countless ghosts to appear around him as if he was enraged by the Ghost King. Bei Xianyang looked at the people in the distance and said, their people were all dead, and it would take a long time for the four experts to kill Chongqi, so she wanted the people in the distance to help. Are you using us as cannon fodder? An old woman in the distance sneered. She wasn't fooled at all. After all, this was the enmity between Lin Ling and Bei Xianyang. Haha, Lin Ling, a nameless person who doesn't even have a hero card or a hero card, how did he manage to obtain so many treasures? If this rootless water is used in battle, it can save one's life at a critical moment, and if it is used to temper one's physique and build a solid foundation, breaking through to the transcendent realm will increase one's chances by 1%. Bei Xianyang wasn't angry but smiled charmingly. Many people's eyes flashed. At their level, it was difficult to break through, so even a 1% chance of breaking through was a great gift. In addition, they had seen the restorative power of the rootless water. The injured Chong-Chi had recovered in a short time after being nourished by the rootless water. If they could get a drop of the rootless water, it would be equivalent to having a life-saving card in a life or death situation. Although her words are provocative and misleading, it is undeniable that she is right. Moreover, I have never heard of Lin Ling. He doesn't even have a hero card. How can he take all the treasures? Yes, for now he has taken all the treasures, but leaving the ancient city is still a problem. Why don't we join Gue Xuanzi and the others and help them kill Lin Ling in exchange for a drop of the rootless water? Many people whispered. Human nature was selfish. They were just watching the show, but now that it was related to their own interests, they were unwilling to give up. Perhaps after hearing Bai Xianyang's words, they thought that they should also have a share of the rootless water. How could they let Lin Ling take it all for himself? We are killing Chong-Chi now, but you can also treat Lin Ling as Chong-Chi. Only by killing Lin Ling can we win the battle and get what we deserve. I promise you, those who help will be rewarded according to their contributions. This world is fair. No one can take all the treasures for himself. Gue Xuanzi also said proudly. His voice was full of emotion, which moved even more people. He is indeed a ghost king. With just a few words, he has pulled everyone to his side. Those who have reincarnated are indeed astute. How will Lin Ling get out of the city? In the distance, the mysterious young man who had been watching the show smiled faintly. If Lin Ling dies in battle, then I'll take his Buddhist treasure. If he doesn't die, his Buddhist treasure is indispensable when we go to that place. Kill. At this moment, more and more people rushed to the city gate to help deal with Chong-Chi. Naturally, many people died in the process, but more people were blinded by greed. The commotion at the city gate is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment in the city, Yu Man-yun and the other two frowned. Then they looked at the sunken well. The three of them finally decided to go out and stop the enemies from interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling should be at the crucial moment. The three of us should be able to hold them off for a while. Let's go. A stone pillar appeared in Sakura's right hand as he strode forward. Yu Man-yun and Lai Qing followed slowly. After a while, the three figures appeared on the ancient city wall. They looked at Chong-Chi, who was gradually weakening, and frowned. No wonder Chong-Chi couldn't hold them off in such a short period of time. It turned out that there were more people than expected. They have appeared. At the city gate, the crowd also saw Sakura and the other two. Many of them sneered. If Lin Ling had countless experts on his side, they wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. However, there were only 4 people on Lin Ling's side. Hence, the rootless water was equivalent to giving them a free gift. How could they not dare to provoke Lin Ling? Hand over the rootless water. This treasure belongs to everyone. It doesn't belong to the 4 of you. One of the old men shouted coldly. Hand it over. As soon as the old man finished his words, the crowd roared with anger. Yu Man-yun and the other 2 were stunned. Previously, when the 4 heroes attacked the city, no one dared to stand out to fight for it. However, Lin Ling took the lead and fought for the treasure. In the end, he kept the treasure in his pocket. However, these people ran out and said that the treasure belonged to everyone. They were bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 1164. Share trials and tribulations, not riches and honor. Scram. Scram. Di Shirtian disdained to say anything more. Only one word: scram. You 4 are so greedy, are you really not afraid of death? Scram. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling's group not only refused to hand over the treasure, but also wanted them to scram? So what if I die? If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end. I only hope that you won't regret your actions. Di Shirtian took a step forward, releasing the tyrannical aura he had back in the rainforest. These people were obviously greedy, but they said that the 4 of them were greedy. Then the only way was to fight to the end. Ignorant. Scram. Audacious juniors. Scram. The crowd was even more furious. They would still pay some attention to Lin Ling, but what qualifications did those 3 have to be so arrogant? Kill. Scram. Many people raised the weapons in their hands, releasing a powerful aura. It's getting more and more interesting. Scram. Looking at the scene of monstrous killing intent, Gue Xuanzi said indifferently, as if he was the military advisor behind the scenes. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would leave the city. Lai Qing, I heard that your sword is very sharp. Let's see who will kill more. Scram. Di Shirtian jumped down from the city wall, holding a huge stone pillar in his left hand and an ancient plaque in his right. Die. The sword in Lai Qing's hand was filled with cold killing intent. She slashed out with the extreme force slash, like a reflection of a mirror, slashing out in a zigzag angle. Xiao. With a single slash, dozens of people were beheaded. No martial arts profound could stop her slash. This woman is so powerful. Many people gasped. Lai Qing didn't have any outstanding cards, but her strength wasn't any weaker than an outstanding talent. There were few in the second layer of the transcendent realm who could be her match. Peng. Di Shirtian's attack was wide open. Although he didn't comprehend any extreme martial arts, the treasure in his hand was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy any martial arts. What kind of treasure does this person have? Why is it so powerful? Even more people were trembling with fear. They looked at Sakura as if they were seeing the descent of an ancient Buddha, as if they were seeing the most ancient overlord. In addition, Yumanyan's relic bloomed with dazzling rays of light, and its defense was extremely powerful. It helped Lai Qing and Di Shirtian to occasionally resist the attacks of the enemies. For a moment, the experts in the surroundings were actually helpless against Sakura and the others. Instead, many of them were killed by them. Compared to Chongqi, Sakura, 3 people were also not much weaker. They all have treasures in their hands. If we kill them, those treasures will belong to us. At this moment someone shouted. This caused the crowd, who were initially a little fearful, to go crazy once again. The rootless water and the precious treasure of the Buddhist sect were enough to make them go crazy. However, the crowd didn't notice that a white palanquin had appeared behind them. A skinny and weak figure walked out from the palanquin. The shout from before had come from the palanquin. This person was short and wore a white robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Through his long hair, one could see that his face was extremely pale, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. His cold eyes stared ahead, filled with bloodlust. Cough, cough. Suddenly, this person coughed and used a white handkerchief to cover his mouth. After a moment, the handkerchief was covered with blood. Many people also saw this person and were extremely puzzled. They noticed that this person didn't have any martial arts on him at all, as if he was a seriously ill ordinary person. Second Life Ghost King, you're here. However, Gue Xuanzi looked at the thin and weak youth and said. His eyes were filled with dense fear. Cough, cough, I heard that the enemy of the Thousand Life Ghost sect is here, so I came to take a look. The man in white said softly. His voice was very soft, as if it was very difficult to speak loudly. However, his weak appearance made Gue Xuanzi even more afraid. He was the first Life Ghost King and had reincarnated once. However, the man in white was the second Life Ghost King and had reincarnated twice. One should know that in the Thousand Life Ghost sect, the more reincarnations one had, the higher their status and the more mysterious they were. Moreover, there was a purple jade pendant hanging on his waist. This showed his proud identity even more. This person was a rare hero. Some people in the distance also saw the jade pendant and gasped. A hero was the most terrifying existence in the Qian and Kuan palaces. The man in white looked into the distance and said softly, the rootless water is also very important to me. I must get it. Don't worry. Gue Xuanzi will get it for the second Life Ghost King. Gue Xuanzi said softly. He was unwilling to give up, but he believed that if his strength increased greatly, he still had a chance to surpass the other party and control his life and death. Go. The man in white nodded and walked back into the palanquin again. Kill. At this moment at the city gate, the battle was still crazy and earth-shattering. Sakura and the other 2 were still blocking the crowd and were not afraid of death. Brother Sakura, do you still remember us? At this moment 7 figures also shot towards the city gate. The leader was a young man with a bright smile. He looked at Sakura as if he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. The smile on his face was extremely happy. Xiao Dao. Sakura was stunned for a moment, Then a joyful smile appeared on his face. In the past, he and Lin Ling separated at the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling went to the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture while he trained in Xianpeng Province. Along the way, he got to know those 7 people. Those 7 people were the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. They had fought side by side with him and had a good relationship. Haha, brother Sakura, I didn't expect to meet you here. Under the lead of the young man, the 7 people all shot towards Sakura. Sakura, be careful. Lai Qing's face was cold as she reminded him coldly. Don't worry, I went through the Death Abyss forest with them in the past. That friendship was built through life and death. Sakura shook his head with a smile and strode towards the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. Yeah, we went through thick and thin together. How can that friendship be explained in a few words? The young man in the lead also smiled slightly, but in the next moment, his smile became cold. You have a Buddhist treasure in your hands. In addition, you are surrounded by strong cultivators today. You will definitely die. Why don't you give the Buddhist treasure to us, brothers? The friendly faces of the 7 people instantly changed and became ferocious. That's right, they went through thick and thin with Sakura. However, humans are the most complicated animals. Being able to go through thick and thin together didn't mean that they could share riches and honor together. Jealousy and the desire to become stronger would change people and make them more selfish. Kill. At this moment, Lai Qing's sword fiercely slashed over. She didn't trust anyone at all, so she had been paying attention to the surroundings. Puff. The head of the person who attacked flew up. He couldn't block Lai Qing's decisive slash. Although Sakura avoided his vital parts, his abdomen was still slashed by the sword. Blood spurted out. Fortunately, he had refined a large amount of rootless water before, so his self-recovery ability was stronger. Otherwise, this slash would have taken his life. You guys. Chapter 1165. Coming from the city, I'm selfish? Fine, I'm selfish. Sakura laughed crazily. His blood was flowing, but it was also boiling. Kill cleanly. Bang. Taking a step forward, the huge stone pillar became even bigger. Buddha's light shone, and with the stone pillar in his hand, Sakura swept through the army, which made the leader's face change drastically. In the past, they fought side by side and everyone's strength was about the same. But now, Sakura was actually so much stronger than him. Buddha treasure. It must be the help of the Buddha treasure. If he got the Buddha treasure, then he could immediately be verified by the Qian and Kuan temples and become an outstanding person, shaking Xianpeng Province. I must get it. The leader laughed excitedly. Unfortunately, his mind was occupied by the joy of the Buddha treasure. But he forgot that he was no longer Sakura's opponent. Boom! Everywhere the stone pillar passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The leader turned into powder, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. You killed Xiao Dao, you're crazy. The remaining people roared, and their eyes were red. Interesting. Gui Xuanzi sneered at the scene, then his low voice drifted out. Did you see that? This person didn't even care about brotherhood for the sake of treasure. What right does such a person have to stay in this world? Moreover, he dared to provoke the experts of the Qian and Kuan temples, which is looking down on us. So this person must not be left alive. Kill. The people here came from all over Xianpeng Province, and all kinds of sections. At this moment, when they saw others making a move, they all made a move. They seemed to be killing for the sake of righteousness, but in reality, they all had selfish motives, and that was to get Sakura's treasure. This scene was familiar. Previously, Lin Ling and the rest were enemies of everyone in the First Mainland, and now they were enemies again. In the end, it was because Lin Ling and the other three's reputation was too weak, and no one had heard of them. Kill. The arrow was already on the bow, and it had to be released. Sakura and the other 2 unleashed their full strength, and those who got close to the city gate were killed without mercy. As a result, many experts from the various sects died in the hands of the 3 of them. It's about time. At the side of the 4 heroes, Xiao Yun lightly said. Now that Lin Ling's group of 4 had incurred the wrath of the masses, even if they could leave alive, Xianpeng Province would no longer tolerate them. After all, they had killed too many disciples of the various experts. The 3 of them have consumed a lot of their spiritual source. It's time for us to make our move. Dosu and Shan nodded. They were like the masterminds behind the scenes, using the greed of the crowd to lure them into attacking Linling's group. Only after exhausting Linling's spiritual source and energy did they attack. The benefits of this were, firstly, that they could take care of the other party effortlessly. Secondly, they had left behind their illustrious names, making the disciples of the various powers owe them a favor. Let me do it. Xiao Yun took a step forward, shooting toward Sakura and the other two in midair. The aura of a third-level transcendent was released. Most importantly, his saint physique had actually reached the rare profound level. This was also the reason why he was able to become a hero. Hero Xiao Yun has made his move. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Linling's group of 4. Kill them. These people even killed their own brothers, angering both humans and gods. Many people roared. Seeing their fellow disciples and friends die in the hands of Sakura and the other two, their eyes were already red with killing intent. Rumble. Above the sky, a multicolored giant talisman appeared, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect's secret art. Chaotic clear talisman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Xiao Yun, he actually cultivated the chaotic clear talisman. It was said that the Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect had 3 great martial arts talismans: Chaotic Clear Talisman, Chaotic Clear Talisman, and Triple Yuan Talisman. With these 3 talismans in hand, commanding the world would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Not good, I can't hold on to my plaque. This martial art seems to be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual source and treasures. Sakura and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They realized that the Buddhist treasure was about to fly into the sky, and they couldn't hold on to it. Damn it, the other party obviously wanted to snatch their treasure. This Buddhist treasure doesn't belong to you. It belongs to everyone. It's the same for the rootless water. How can you keep it all for yourself? In the sky, Xiao Yuan's words were full of majesty. Sakura and the other two had the strength of a hero card, but he was a hero, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill the other party. Rumble. The earth shook, and the situation of Sakura and the other two was getting worse. The crowd in the distance sneered. Without the Buddhist treasure, these 3 could still be arrogant. My relic. Yuman-yun's relic made a crisp sound, and the string that was strung together with the relic was about to break. This made her face turn pale. Could it be that she had to use the guardian deity? However, if she used the guardian deity in front of everyone, she was afraid that it would attract even more greed. At that time, the experts that would appear would most likely be existences like the Triple Ghost King. I have advised you, but you didn't listen. What a pity. Just then the earth shook even more violently. The mighty voice drifted out from the ancient city, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Did Linling come out? Sakura and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Linling was in seclusion before, and now he had succeeded in breaking through? Rumble. The ancient city also swayed, and even the ancient Xiongqi's eyes were filled with fear. Then, under countless gazes, the ancient city actually floated. The crowd widened their eyes. The city also floated? Bang! Dust flew everywhere and rocks flew everywhere. After the huge city floated a few meters high, it immediately stopped. Then it slowly moved forward. Felt as if the city could move. What's going on? More people were shocked. However, when some people's eyes fell below the city, their faces instantly turned pale. Under the city, a black-robed young man appeared. He stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. His left hand was raised high, and in his palm was the ancient city. Holding the city? Staring at that scene, many people forgot to breathe. It was too terrifying. Many people will die today. A cold voice echoed in the city, as if an ancient general was speaking. Then the huge city flew towards Xiao Yun. From afar it looked like an island falling from the sky, pulling up mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought. Linling pulling up mountains and rivers, holding up a city to fight Xiao Yun. Chaotic origin world. Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with shock. If he used his spiritual source to hold up the city, he could still barely do it. However, he saw that Linling didn't use his spiritual source. This meant that he was using his physical body to hold up the city. Pop! 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 The ancient talisman in the sky shot out light like fireflies, majestically sweeping towards the ancient city. Bang! 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 Although the ancient city was huge, it had been there for too long, so it couldn't block the light of the fireflies. Therefore, when the ancient city smashed towards Xiaoyun, it finally disintegrated, causing the dust to soar into the sky. How terrifying! Is this a battle between heroes? Many people's hearts were heavy. However, Lin Ling obviously underestimated Xiaoyun, thinking that he could suppress Xiaoyun with the ancient city. This was simply a fool's dream. Are you finally willing to come out? Unfortunately, such an attack can't hurt me. Chapter 1166. I'm ruthless? Is that so? However, at this moment, a meteor passed through the dust that filled the sky, shooting towards Xiaoyun. This speed was something that Xiaoyun had never seen before. It had to be known that this sort of speed was not some mysterious movement martial skill, nor was it some sort of strength that could cross the void. It was a simple straight-line speed. However, Xiaoyun had never seen such a fast straight-line speed before. It was as if this person was relying on their strength to step on the ground, and after the strength of their legs erupted, they were even faster than thunder. A fist instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. So fast! This fist exploded with 900,000 small worlds. It had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Boom! In the sky, the sacred talisman shattered. The fist did not stop and landed on Xiaoyun's body. Xiaoyun's body shook and shattered like glass. Then it exploded again and turned into sparkling fragments. This was caused by the strength of the fist. It caused Xiaoyun's body to shatter along with the void. Before he could even make a sound, one of the four heroes had fallen. He's dead. The faces of the people below stiffened. They did not see how Xiaoyun died. When the dust cloud in the sky gradually dispersed, they saw a cold youth standing in the sky. At this moment, the youth's eyes were looking at the common people. It was as if an ancient emperor had descended. The rootless water is with me. If you want it, come. The cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the people and made their ears ring. Silence. The whole ground was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Sir, I only need a drop of the rootless water. After you give it to me, I will not participate in this matter. I am from the Lu Manor. A courageous youth said indifferently. If you can take one blow from me, I can give it to you. In the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger. Boom! There was an explosion from his finger. The void exploded and a tyrannical shockwave shot out. This was a shockwave formed by attacking the void. It should be known that any attack, even a wave of the hand, would have an attack wave. However, in terms of strength, Lin Ling could make an ordinary attack wave extremely terrifying. Bang! The ground below was like a blooming flower. The body of the youth who spoke exploded. He couldn't be more dead. If you want the treasure, you have to gamble with your life. Staring at this scene, many people's faces turned pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He wasn't this terrifying before. We just want some treasures, but you killed him. He's from Lord Lu's mansion. You've offended Lord Lu's mansion, said an old man coldly. Lin Ling was too overbearing. Then when the four heroes attacked the city, you didn't dare to say anything? In the air, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the old man's expression to stiffen. He was speechless. Before this, when the four heroes attacked the city, their strength and background were too strong, so they didn't dare to provoke them. But now Lin Ling had obtained a treasure. But Lin Ling didn't have any fame, so they dared to attack. What qualifications did they have to say that Lin Ling was overbearing? Can you die? Lin. Overbearing. Many people were fearful and unwilling, but seeing Lin Ling's domineering aura, many people still shouted coldly, so you're saying that you won't pay up even if you die? Then don't blame us for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. Lin Ling smiled. He took a step forward and shot towards the ground like a cannonball. He punched out, and with a boom, countless people were crushed to death by his power. Any martial arts were useless against him. Killing dozens of lives with a single punch made the crowd's mouths dry up. However, at this moment, a whining sound was heard. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had dragged Gu Cheng out. This caused a large number of ancient souls to appear in the city and surround the crowd. Linling, you are too cruel. Many people roared. The ancient souls came out. They didn't know how many of them would die. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill. Linling shouted coldly. These people wanted to snatch his treasures and kill the four of them. Now that they were weaker than him, they immediately said that he was cruel? Didn't they think that they were more cruel? Then, ignoring the weak warriors, Linling looked at the four heroes. He knew that all of this was caused by the four heroes. Didn't you want me to come out? Now that I'm out, what else do you have to say? Linling stomped on the ground and the earth exploded. He shot towards Dutsuanshan of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace. At this moment, Dutsuanshan's face was solemn. Previously, he didn't put Linling in his eyes. But now he was a little afraid. You can't kill me. Dutsuanshan took a step back and said coldly. He didn't believe that Linling had the strength of a hero. One move is enough. Without any superfluous words, Linling unsheathed his sword in midair. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down heavily. 900,000 small worlds erupted at the same time with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Soaring Dragon Qilin. Dutsuanshan shouted and formed complicated seals with both hands. A dragon appeared in his left hand and a Qilin appeared in his right hand. The combination of the dragon and Qilin destroyed the world. This martial art was also an extremely powerful supreme martial art that formed the extreme force. Unfortunately, facing Linling's 900 million strength, the Heaven and Earth Dragon and Qilin's aura were cut down. When one's strength reached its peak, it was already so terrifying. It wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation, fire or thunder. Not to mention the dragon and Qilin's aura. With a slash, Dutsuanshan was split into two. A deep ravine was formed on the ground. This sword was terrifying. Even the heroes aren't his match? Those who were resisting the ancient souls sucked in a cold breath. They didn't leave because they thought that Linling would die. Therefore, as long as they persevered until the end, they would still be able to obtain some treasures. Unfortunately, Linling killed two heroes with one punch and one sword, destroying the determination in their hearts. How did he become so powerful? Gui Xuanzi and Bei Xianyang's expressions were extremely ugly. They weren't afraid of Linling before, but now they couldn't see through Linling. Gui Xuanzi, if this continues, I'm afraid that Linling won't even be afraid of us. It's very difficult for us to kill him one-on-one. Why don't we join hands? Bei Xianyang's enchanting face was filled with anger. When she first heard of Linling's name, Linling was just an ant. He didn't die because of Venerable Sea Calming's help. But who would have thought that this ant would kill her brother? And when she wanted to take revenge, Linling had already grown to the point where he didn't fear her. This growth speed was too terrifying. All right. Gui Xuanzi immediately nodded. The Soul Slayer sword appeared and shot towards Linling. It slashed out in midair and the ghost city appeared. Clang! Facing Gui Xuanzi's unpredictable slash, Linling's expression was still calm. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a meteor and shot forward. The Tyrant Song sword collided with the ghost city in midair. Ghost City Massacre. Chapter 1167. Fighting two heroes playing with ghosts? Will it work? Linling was still holding his sword as he stared at Gui Xuanzi and sneered. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try it. Gui Xuanzi's calm face also said indifferently, Nature energy. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably sacred golden light bloomed. With Linling's tyrannical song sword as the lead, it swept out like an avalanche. After the ghosts collided with the overwhelming righteousness, they instantly let out sinister sounds as they were completely corroded. Now that you've tried it, it's indeed useless. Raising his eyes, Linling looked at Gui Xuanzi, who had an ugly expression on his face, and smiled again. Then the 900,000 small worlds in his body erupted again, and he slashed out with his sword, which had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It's my turn. Crack crack. This sword was extremely terrifying, causing Gui Xuanzi's expression to change drastically. He sensed that his soul slasher was about to break. Break. What kind of power could break a saint artifact? Bang! With a burst of power, Gue Xuanzi's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater that was hundreds of meters deep. Linling, let's see how strong you are. Xie Luoxi. At the same time, Daredevil Lady of the North's attack appeared in the sky. She used a pink ribbon that looked weak but was as sharp as a blade. She waved the ribbon in the air, creating a vortex that was bewitching, demonic, and filled with a destructive aura. It was like a tribulation of the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures of life. Sword of Righteousness. Linling bellowed and released the power of his body. The Tyrant Song sword slashed out and destroyed the terrifying colorful vortex. The battle between the two went from the sky to the ground, shocking the heavens. At the same time, Gue Xuanzi on the ground turned into a ghost shadow and shot out. Ghost fog spread out and formed thousands of Gue Xuanzi, which then rushed towards Linling. This Linling is a nameless junior? Many people were so shocked that they were speechless. He didn't even have a hero card, but he was able to fight 2 heroes at the same time. In the world, except for Linling, who else could do it? Impossible. How is this possible? The 2 heroes both possess extreme martial arts. Even if Linling can block one of their moves, it's impossible for him to block 10 moves, no 100 moves. The older warrior found it hard to believe. Look at the ground. Someone Studio Daybreak Studio 2 Studio Linling Battle Studio 2 Studio Linling Linli Studio 2 Martial Artist Studio Day Dietis Studio Note Studio Daybreak Studio Diem Studio Editor Big Studio 2 Studio 4 Studio. This meant that Linling had a strong physical body and could control it. If he could negate the opponent's spiritual attacks, wouldn't that mean that Linling would never be defeated? Linling. Gue Xuanzi's expression was extremely ugly, and he even felt like he was in a dream. Before, Linling had taken advantage of him twice. He thought that he would take back all the shame he had lost on the 3rd time. Who knew that when they met for the 3rd time, Linling would go head-to-head with them and not be at a disadvantage. If you keep blocking like this, you'll only attract more and more experts. At that time, everyone will want to snatch your treasures, and your situation will be even more difficult. Gue Xuanzi shouted coldly. You're saying this because you're helpless against me, and even afraid of me. So, you're trying to goad me into giving up on resisting and fighting you head-on? Still brandishing the Tyrant Song sword, Linling's lips curled into a cold smile. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Linling, your future will be like this because you can only block my attacks, you can't fight back. Bei Xianyang had been attacking for a long time without success, so she sneered and tried to goad Yi Shiwen into action. You two are ganging up on me, and I don't even have a hero card. So, what kind of martial arts are you talking about? The sword in Linling's hand became even more magnificent, and this time, he attacked Bei Xianyang. The sword light was like the sea, as if it could stir up the world. Bei Xianyang was facing Linling alone, and suddenly the pressure increased, and she kept retreating. Why are you retreating? Where's your martial arts? Facing me, you can only join forces with others, and you can only retreat. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Linling's heroic voice was accompanied by his sword, and he was madly suppressing Bei Xianyang. Crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked speechless. If Bei Xianyang wanted to compete with Linling's heart of martial arts, then he and Bei Xianyang wanted to see who had the real heart of martial arts. And the result was obvious. The two heroes joined forces, but they were still defeated by Linling. How could Bei Xianyang talk about martial arts? You can't touch us at all? You're just stalling for time. Gue Xuanzi gritted his teeth and said. Linling's defense was too terrifying. With the protection of the overwhelming righteousness, his body was strong, and he could control his body to resist spiritual attacks. Now he was ignoring him and focusing on attacking Bei Xianyang. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a hero, a ghost king, and his opponent was ignoring him? Stalling for time? Linling stopped and pointed the Tyrant Song sword at Gue Xuanzi. I'm not stalling for time. I just absorbed too much of the rootless water, so I need some pressure to refine it. You guys are not enough for me to stall for time. What? Refining the rootless water through battle? Many people's eyes widened. Was this Lin Ling's goal? Gui Xuanzi's face became even more ferocious. He had become Lin Ling's sparring partner? 95. 96. 97. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. He was like an ancient beast. Wind and thunder rumbled in the sky as he waved the Tyrant Song sword. So fierce. One man and one sword, stirring up the wind and clouds. But what is he doing? Many people trembled in fear as they watched Lin Ling rise like a dazzling star and become famous in Xianpeng province. 98. 99. 100. A low shout was heard from Lin Ling's mouth. As soon as Lin Ling's voice was heard, a huge aura shot up into the sky. The entire land shook, and many warriors died. At the same time, a sword slashed through the void, bringing with it a violent, destructive, and murderous aura as it slashed at Gui Xuanzi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, all the ghosts were split in half. Gui Xuanzi's face was full of fear. He found that after Lin Ling said 100, the sword became the most terrifying. What was the secret behind it? With this sword I will awaken 1,000,000 small worlds. The cold voice drifted into Gui Xuanzi's ears, and he finally reacted. Lin Ling had used him as a sparring partner to increase the strength of his physical body to the peak. 1,000,000 small worlds turned into a sword, and that was the strength of 1,000,000,000. When the strength reached the peak, its power was not weaker than a supreme martial art. Crack! The Soul Slasher sword was completely broken at that moment. The sword seemed to have frozen time as it slowly slashed at Gui Xuanzi. Gui Xuanzi found that although the sword was slow, it carried a mysterious magic that made it impossible for him to dodge or block. Am I going to die? Chapter 1168. Get lost. This is the vengeance brought by the 3 Lives Ghost King. I shouldn't have helped him. Gui Xuanzi finally realized where he had gone wrong as the memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Gui Xuanzi's body was annihilated by the sword. The ghosts were all swept away by the power, leaving only the black ghost energy in the sky. Lin Ling died. When Lin Ling killed Gui Xuanzi with a single strike, Mistress Bei's beautiful face changed violently. In the end, she made a bold decision, and that was to seize this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Of course, she dared to fight so desperately because she was confident. Because Lin Ling's strength was used to deal with Gui Xuanzi, so he wouldn't have any extra strength to deal with her. Repentance Arrow Hurricane. The colorful ribbons turned into thousands of long spears and gathered together to form a rotating colorful awl. Lady Bei had obviously used her trump card for this martial art. She should be able to kill him with a small success extreme martial art and the strength of a 3rd stage transcendent. Lady Bei's timing is good. Many people clenched their fists tightly, anticipating Lin Ling's death. Who told you that I'm only strong in physical strength? However, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He didn't withdraw his sword, but blue flame surged out and turned into an ocean, rushing towards Lin Ling's left palm. Then he clenched his fist. Blazing Sea Flame. One of the 10 great generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, the Undying Fire King's fist had arrived. His fist was covered in blue flames, and the might of an extreme martial art was released. It majestically flew towards the colorful awl. Rumble. The 2 strong forces collided, and a terrifying power exploded in midair, like a catastrophe. Then a figure flew out, spitting out blood. Her face was pale, and even her body was stained with blue flames. However, her eyes looked in front of her with fear, and a shocked voice drifted out. Level 2 Transcendent Realm. Earth rank Saint Physique. This was why Madame Bei was surprised. She had unleashed her strongest technique, but Lin Ling was the one who had lost. If Lin Ling had used all of his strength, she would have died. She thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that he had an Earth-grade innate saint body? Was this Lin Ling the most perfect genius? How could she have known that Lin Ling had absorbed all of the rootless water, and Lin Ling's strength had naturally increased by a large margin? How could the current her be a match for Lin Ling? Run! Without any hesitation, she turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. She was afraid. 2 heroes teamed up to fight Lin Ling. One died and the other fled. On the ground, the crowd looked at the resplendent scene in the sky, and their hearts were broken. Their last hope had been destroyed. How could Lin Ling be so terrifying? The most ridiculous thing was that when the four heroes entered the city to fight for the treasure, they did not dare to fight for it. But when Lin Ling was fighting for the treasure, they dared to fight for it. They were simply shooting themselves in the foot. They were trying to curry favor with the four heroes, but they had offended an even stronger existence. I don't want the treasure anymore. Leave this place. Many people finally gave up. However, in the sky, a magnificent blue fist fell from the sky, and with a boom, a large number of warriors were killed. It was too late to escape now. Lin Ling, spare my life. I am a subordinate of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. I was wrong. I should not have harbored evil intentions against you. More and more people were begging for mercy. It's too late. In the sky, the gigantic flaming fist seemed to be able to destroy the world. It smashed down majestically and landed on the ground, causing countless lives to fall. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were also burning, and the ground was burning. Only life continued to fade away. If these people were ordinary people, Lin Ling would let them go. However, they were not ordinary people. They were warriors who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. They knew that they were no match for Lin Ling, so they fled. There was no such thing in the world. Therefore, no matter which faction they were from, Lin Ling would kill them without hesitation. At this moment, the crowd finally regretted their actions. If they wanted the treasure, they would have to leave their lives behind. Very powerful. The 3 Generations Ghost King told me to be careful of Lin Ling's ancient flame devil and soul seal. However, I did not expect that apart from these 2 trump cards. Your strength is also so terrifying. On the ground, the mysterious palanquin was still there. The curtain was lifted, and the thin white-robed youth slowly walked out. He looked at the sky in surprise. Who are you? In the sky, Lin Ling stopped his massacre and looked at the white-robed youth coldly. The 2nd Generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth said indifferently. You want to avenge Gui Xuanzi? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The other party gave him a mysterious feeling. Although he did not have any martial strength, he gave off a feeling that he could not be underestimated. In the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect, there are only benefits and no grudges. I will not avenge the 1st Generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and said, however, if I kill you, the 3 Generations Ghost King will reward me. That's all. However, I did not expect you to be so powerful. With your strength, even the 1st Generation's Ghost King is no match for you. The 2nd Generation's Ghost King has entered the 2nd reincarnation cycle. You seem to have no martial strength, but you have an aura that is even more terrifying than the 1st Generation's Ghost King. Lin Ling slowly floated down and looked at the other party. There were many people around, but not many could make him fearful. The white-robed youth was one of them. The 2 of them stood on top of a broken hill. Their eyes met in midair as if they wanted to see through each other. Finally, the young man in white said indifferently, You have killed many disciples of various experts. Those experts will not let you go. You don't have to worry about that. Now you want to kill me? Lin Ling softly spoke, his words causing many people in the distance to gnash their teeth. Lin Ling slaughtered them like slaughtering dogs, and wasn't afraid of offending the experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. What courage! Although they were enraged in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling could already fight against the 2nd Reincarnation Ghost King. One must know that the 2nd Reincarnation Ghost King had a hero token. Moreover, many of them knew that the 2nd Generation's Ghost King seemed to have no martial strength. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying the 2nd Generation's Ghost King was. I wanted to kill you before, but now I don't. Those of us who have entered the reincarnation cycle are more cautious. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and looked up at Lin Ling. It seemed that he did not want to attack Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought about it and knew that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling. The price would be great. Then you are not afraid that I will want to kill you? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said, No, I don't think you can kill me. The white-robed youth smiled and shook his head. However, I want a drop of rootless water. After that, we will leave and mind our own business. How about it? Are you compromising with me? Lin Ling still smiled. You can say that. I can promise you that I will not interfere in the matter between you and the third generation's Ghost King and the 1,000 generations Ghost Sect. I just want a drop of rootless water. It's that simple. The white-robed youth hesitated for a moment and said with certainty. Many people understood that the white-robed youth was afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, he did not dare to attack. Or perhaps, he knew that fighting Lin Ling would be an arduous and unrewarding task. Rootless water? No. Scram. However, Lin Ling nodded. Then his cold voice drifted out. Oh. Chapter 1169. You win. Although the other party was compromising, he was still a member of the 1,000 Aragos sect. Lin Ling was not happy to see such a strong person. Moreover, if the other party had the strength to suppress him, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, in reality, the other party was still afraid of him. You want me to scram? The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. You know, I hate people telling me to scram the most. I love telling people to scram the most. Lin Ling coldly shouted again, as if telling the white-robed youth to scram. You. The white-robed youth's face became gloomy. An indescribable aura finally erupted, cold and murderous. Terrifying. The second era Ghost King's hidden trump card is actually so terrifying. Many people trembled with fear, as if they saw the arrival of an ancestor from hell. Could it be that the white-robed youth's previous reincarnation was an ancestor from hell? I only want a drop of rootless water. It's fine if you don't give it to me, but you actually want me to scram. The white-robed youth took a step forward, and a vast river of blood appeared behind him. It surged and shook the heavens and earth. You think I have no martial strength, but you don't know that even the second era Ghost King, Gue Xuanzi, was afraid and respectful when he saw this ancestor. That is because this ancestor has the 72 demonic gods. The white-robed youth coldly shouted again. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, Lin Ling would not know fear. Chi. The river of blood behind him overflowed even more. A black fish swam in the river, constantly devouring the bones in the river. Its huge body seemed to have come from ancient times, wanting to devour everyone. One of the 72 demonic gods, the blood river ghost fish. It is said to be ranked 33rd. A knowledgeable old man gasped and subconsciously took a step back. Was this why the white-robed youth was so terrifying? However, it was indeed terrifying. One must know that the 72 demonic gods were extremely powerful existences in Xianpeng province. Even great heroes did not dare to look down on these demonic gods. So what? Lin Ling's handsome face did not change in the slightest. The other party was indeed an ancestor-level existence. It was only because he had reincarnated that his strength had not reached the peak. However, he was not the only one who possessed the 72 demon gods. Smoke filled the air, and the illusion of an ancient flame devil appeared behind Lin Ling. In the hazy fog, a pair of bewitching eyes stared at the blood river ghost fish, not at all inferior. The fog was too dense, and no one could see what Lin Ling had released. What surprised them was that Lin Ling seemed to still have a trump card. Could it be that the strength of this young man was limitless? You can actually make the demon god appear at will. The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. He could clearly see the terrifying desolate beast in the fog. Furthermore, he knew even more clearly that a warrior possessing the 72 demonic gods did not mean that he could completely control the demonic gods. However, to be able to make the demonic gods appear at will without transforming into a demonic god, it meant that the stage of controlling the demonic gods was extremely terrifying. It was even close to the stage where the demonic god and human became one. The legendary stage of demon and god becoming one was no longer the warrior entering the demonic god's body, but the demonic god and the warrior becoming one, allowing one to borrow the ancient strength of the demonic god. Silence. This time the white-robed youth fell silent. It was a rare occurrence that he did not say anything else. Scram. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as a deep voice floated out. It was domineering and arrogant, asking the white-robed youth to scram. If he did not scram, then he would fight. The white-robed youth's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had revealed the demonic gods to scare Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all, and even invited him to fight. One had to know that a young junior like Lin Ling only had the seniority of a disciple in his previous life. But now, he was asking him to scram? You win. The white-robed youth finally let out a soft sigh. He admitted defeat. In the end, he did not dare to fight because he was not as stupid as Gue Xuanzi and the Third Era Ghost King, who casually provoked some unfathomable enemies. Then you can scram. Lin Ling nodded, not giving the other party any face at all. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes it was that simple. If he was not as strong as the other party, he would have been obliterated by the white-robed youth. Now that his strength was enough to scare the other party, there was no need to give him any face. Be careful of the Third Era Ghost King. He has found a way to not be afraid of your soul seal. The next time you meet him, he can easily kill you. The white-robed youth slowly walked back to the palanquin, and then the palanquin flew into the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they had complicated expressions. Lin Ling actually asked a patriarch-level existence to scram. This Lin Ling was too scary. One thing was for sure, after the star-plucking Violet Mansion tournament, Lin Ling's name would definitely shake Xianpeng province. Why did Patriarch Blood River let him go? At this moment, a voice came from the palanquin, causing the white-robed youth's expression to turn serious. First, although his devil god ranking is not as high as mine, his physical body and soul are stronger than mine. His ability to control the ancient flame devil is stronger than mine. Second, this patriarch has reincarnated twice and cultivated the heavenly fiend Dao. I can see who is not to be trifled with. That young man is one of them. Although his cultivation is low now, in the future, he will definitely become a great hero. It is even possible for him to become one of the 10 Langya Temple Hall's experts. Patriarch is wise. A respectful voice came from the palanquin. Lin Ling could become a great hero of the universe in Kuan Temple Halls? This potential was too terrifying because he knew what a great hero represented. At this moment on the other side, the Wicked Lady of the North was still running away. Her heart was shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had grown. Even without the guardian deity, he could easily kill her. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many experts there, Lin Ling would have caught up to her and killed her. I must tell father that Lin Ling's wings have fully grown. He is a second-layer transcendent, and his strength is comparable to a great hero. The Wicked Lady of the North felt that everything was like a dream. In the star-plucking Violet Palace, Lin Ling had completely risen. At this moment, the crowd in the ancient city was silent. They looked at the black-robed young man standing quietly on the ground. The shock in their hearts hadn't disappeared yet. Sir, those who wanted to rob you of your treasures were mostly killed by you. Although we had the same thought, we didn't do anything in the end. Previously, we were blinded by the treasures. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. The remaining people bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. They couldn't help but lower their noble heads because even the Second Life Ghost King didn't dare to fight because of Lin Ling's scram. Then what qualifications did they have to speak? You all can leave, Lin Ling said indifferently. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously, these people were too greedy and that was why they angered him. Now that the remaining people were apologizing, he didn't intend to kill them all. Thank you. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. After all, if they were in his position, they wouldn't let the weak go. It seemed like they had misjudged Lin Ling. Let's go. Chapter 1170. Invitation. Lin Ling watched as the crowd left. His lips curled into a smile. The trip to the star-plucking Violet Mansion was indeed the best place for a cultivator to grow. Currently, he had awakened 1,000,000 small worlds and his cultivation had reached the second stage of the transcendent realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a hero token. 3 spiritual sources that are full of spiritual energy. My recovery speed is faster than an ordinary second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. In addition to the extreme martial art and 1 billion physical strength, there is finally a place for me in Xianpeng province. Raising his head, Lin Ling's clear eyes looked at the gloomy sky. The confidence in his heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, your strength has increased so much. At this moment, Yu Yun and the other 2 walked over with a smile. Lin Ling had always been stronger than them. However, after entering the star-plucking violet mansion, their strength had increased greatly. Even so, they still couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Instead, the gap between them had widened. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't look proud at all. Confidence and complacency were two different things. Lin Ling had confidence in his enemies and his martial arts, but he would never be satisfied with himself. Ever since he came to this world, the only thought he had, or the only thing he could do, was to constantly become stronger. Mengyun, that Chongqi is very weak. You can subdue it. Lin Ling looked at the Chongqi on the ground. Yu Menyun was good at controlling berserk beasts and Chongqi was one of the rare berserk beasts. Alright. Yu Menyun quickly nodded and shot towards the Chongqi. Lin Ling didn't intend to help Yu Menyun. After all, it was up to Yu Menyun to subdue the berserk beast. If others helped, the berserk beast wouldn't be willing to submit. If we meet Yonggan and the others again, I wonder if they will be surprised by our strength, Sakura said with a smile, which made Lai Qing's expression change. She was also looking forward to meeting Yonggan and the others again to see who was stronger. At present, Yu and Yuer, Yonggan and the others were still training. Their strength shouldn't be too weak. Don't be too proud. There are countless experts in Xianpeng province. As far as I know, the Qingkuan Palace and the Qingkuan Palace have the enormous Langya Palace and the Carefree Palace. There are also the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, great heroes and outstanding people. We still have a long way to go. Lin Ling chuckled and reminded him. Lin Ling, I've noticed that after reaching the second layer of the Transcendent Realm, your vision has become even further. Big brother, I have no choice but to admit defeat. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head helplessly. He was proud of his current strength, but Lin Ling was preparing for a rainy day. His goal was set even further. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was able to walk step by step from a small existence to his current height. Lai Qing's eyes flickered, but her heart was filled with admiration. There weren't many people in Xianpeng province that she admired, but Lin Ling was the only one. The few of you have Buddhist treasures and are from the star-plucking Violet Palace. Can we talk? At this moment, a smiling voice came from afar. Then an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over. Lin Ling and the other's eyes flickered. Who is this person? Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. The young man spread his hands and said, moreover, I've seen your combat strength. I don't have the confidence to win against you, especially you. Lin Ling, you're a nobody in Xianpeng province. You're just a general under Venerable Sea Calming, but your strength has reached the level of a hero. You're flattering me. What do you want to talk about? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Currently, the experts have found the star-plucking dynasty, but they can't enter it. Therefore, the experts' disciples have spread out to look for the key to enter the star-plucking dynasty. I'm guessing that your Buddhist treasures are very important, so I'd like to ask for your help. The young man said solemnly, of course, you don't have to be afraid that it's a scam. The experts are all gathered there, and I don't have the final say. Moreover, Venerable Sea Calming is there too. Venerable Sea Calming. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he believed it a little. If you can lead the experts into the star-plucking dynasty, then all the treasures you encounter on the way will belong to you. The young man continued. After all, that place isn't a place that ordinary people can go to, and only the renowned experts of Blackpung region have the qualifications to go there. So, it's your fortune to be able to enter. All right. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Follow me. The young man smiled happily and led Lin Ling and the others away from the second continent. The young man was a disciple of one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars from the Black-White Dao Palace. Therefore, he had this treasure with him that allowed him to bring Lin Ling and the others through the void to another continent. After a long time, when Lin Ling and the others arrived at a new continent, the billowing spiritual qi rushed towards them. This continent was different from the previous battlefield. It seemed to be the core of the star-plucking Purple Mansion, which was also the palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor. The palace of the ancient emperor. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a huge 9-storied palace tower sitting in the distance. The palace tower was very familiar, as it seemed to be the palace tower he saw in the immortal Water General's mansion. The palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor is there. Legend has it that there are 5 great inheritances of heaven and earth, as well as 18 heavenly saints. Everyone wants to obtain the treasures inside. The young man explained faintly, which made the hearts of Sakura Shirtion and the others jump violently. They were only transcendents, but it seemed that they were qualified to get their hands on those treasures. Of course, all of this depended on luck in the end. Lin Ling was extremely calm as he stared at the palace. He didn't know if the treasures guarded by the immortal water general were in the palace or not. After that, the young man led Lin Ling and the others forward again. After a long time, they finally arrived at the huge palace. The palace was ancient and modeled. The 9-storied tower sat in the middle of the palace, exuding the majesty of an emperor, making people feel like they were worshipping it. In the square in front of the palace, a large number of people gathered there. They were divided into 2 camps, namely Heaven and Earth Temple. In the camp there were countless powerhouses. Any one of them was an existence that surpassed Sakura Shirtion and the others. The aura of those powerhouses gathered together made it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Lin Ling. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and the others, and a few of them shouted in a low voice, "Sir Venerable." Lin Ling looked at the Heaven Temple. Venerable Si Kaming was there too. At this moment he was looking at them in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be qualified to come here. Yunemo, who are they? At the same time a calm voice sounded. A middle-aged man stood there quietly. He seemed to be the leader of the Heaven Temple today. Everyone standing behind him was silent and didn't dare to show any disrespect. Palace Master, these 4 people have Buddhist treasures. This disciple believes that they can open the palace door, so I brought them here. The young man who led Lin Ling here said respectfully, "Buddhist treasures?" Chapter 1171. Victims. As for Lin Ling and the other 3, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. However, the pressure wasn't intense. Instead, they felt comfortable. So powerful, even more terrifying than a venerable. Lin Ling was shocked. "I am the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. You can call me Lord Shui Wu. If the 4 of you can open the palace, then the Qian Palace will give you a spot to enter." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Lord Shui Wu, you have violated the agreement between the Qian and Kuan palaces." At this moment, someone shouted coldly from the other side. The one who spoke was a man in armor. His aura was like that of a dragon or a tiger, like an ancient dragon god. As for the agreement, it was clear that the Qian and Kuan palaces had discussed it beforehand. They would each limit the number of people who could enter star-plucking Imperial City. Now that the Qian Palace had added Lin Ling and the other 3, the Kuan Palace naturally felt that they had suffered a loss. "Then do you have a way to enter?" Shui Wu said lightly, causing the experts of the Kuan Palace to fall silent. Finally, one of them said, "If they can open the palace, then we will give them a chance to enter. If they can't, then they will die." As these words fell, many people of the Kuan Palace nodded. This world was just so fair. If you could enter the palace, then you had to do something. If you couldn't, then only death awaited. No, these 4 were brought here by the Black-White Dao Palace. If they can't open the palace, then let them leave. Shui Wu said coldly, her attitude extremely firm. "What if I want them to die?" The experts of the Kuan Palace all shouted coldly. "Do you think it's necessary to make us fight for 4 little fellows?" Shui Wu wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Kuan Palace fell silent. To them, Lin Ling and the other 3 were indeed juniors. To fight for them was clearly not worth it. "Then we will do as you say." The experts of the Kuan Palace finally compromised. Lin Ling. Among those experts, there were a few cold gazes that stared at Lin Ling. They were the 3-era Ghost King and the Northern Underworld Demon God. Clearly, they had not expected that a junior like Lin Ling would be able to participate in such a gathering of experts. Moreover, Mistress Shui Wu had come out to speak for Lin Ling. Such treatment made them feel unreconciled. "This kid is growing too fast. I have to find a chance to kill him." 3-era Ghost King and Evil God Northsea felt a little pressured. One had to know that there were countless martial artists in Xianpeng province. When they first met Lin Ling, They thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary martial artist among thousands of martial artists. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand out today and walk into the core of the strong in Xianpeng province? Unfortunately, even though they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, there were too many powerhouses here. It was not their place to speak. Heavenly Venerate Su Xing's eyes were closed and he did not look at Lin Ling, and the other three naturally saw Heavenly Venerate Su Xing, and their killing intent was extremely strong. However, they also knew that they were not strong enough to fight against Heavenly Venerate Su Xing. Therefore, they were looking forward to the opportunity in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling, why are you here? Venerable Si Kaming asked with a smile when Lin Ling and the others walked over. Lin Ling then told him about what had happened earlier. Your strength has grown really fast. You are starting to make a name for yourselves in Xianpeng province. Venerable Si Kaming couldn't help but exclaim. He had not expected Lin Ling and the others to rise so quickly. Junior sister Meng Yun? While the few of them were talking, a familiar voice came from the side. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Nan Ping. That's great. I thought you were dead. Now that I see you here, I can finally relax. Nan Ping seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and the others. She jogged over and held Yu Man Yun's hand. Yu Man Yun was shocked. Previously, Nan Ping had betrayed everyone and caused a large number of powerhouses to snatch their treasures. Now Nan Ping seemed to know nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. Venerable Si Kaming, are these the people from your Si Kaming heavenly abode? Haha, they are really ruthless in order to become stronger. An old man with a walking stick walked over and said. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness as he stared at Lin Ling and the other three. Old man of the South Pole, you and I are close friends. If you have something to say, just say it. Venerable Si Kaming frowned. His Si Kaming heavenly abode and Xianpeng of the South Pole were close friends. However, old man of the South Pole's words had other meanings. My Southern Pole Celestial Peng's disciple found the treasure, but your disciple acted for the treasure, killing the disciples of the universe and Kuan halls. He even killed a few of my disciples. If it wasn't for the fact that my disciple, Nan Ping, fled quickly, he would have died. Old man of the South Pole sneered. Then he looked at Nan Ping and said, I told you long ago that you have to be careful when you go out to train. However, you insisted on telling others after you found the treasure. Isn't this causing others to have evil intentions? You are setting Venerable Si Kaming and me up. It won't be easy for us to talk when we meet in the future. Master, this disciple knows her mistake. However, Master, please don't blame them. They only had evil intentions for a moment. I believe that junior sister Meng Yun's heart is still kind. Lan Ping lowered her head as if she was extremely guilty. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. They understood what Nan Ping meant. Nan Ping had twisted the truth and said that she had found the treasure. However, the four of them had tried to snatch it from her. This woman was so cunning. Some people can't be trusted so easily. Venerable Si Kaming, you may have recruited people, but be careful not to invite trouble. Old man of the South Pole reprimanded Nan Ping, and then looked at Venerable Si Kaming. Old man of the South Pole, as far as I know, things aren't as you think. Venerable Si Kaming also understood what was going on. However, he believed that Lin Ling and the others wouldn't go as far as to kill someone to snatch the treasure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to affect our relationship. Let bygones be bygones. Old man of the South Pole waved his hand and turned to leave. Old man of the South Pole, are you planning to leave without making things clear? Venerable Si Kaming frowned. He couldn't accept the fact that old man of the South Pole had wronged Lin Ling and the others. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Star-picking Imperial City is more important now. Old man of the South Pole continued walking and said calmly. Behind him, Nan Ping's eyes were a little wet. She looked at Venerable Si Kaming and said, Venerable Si Kaming, let bygones be bygones. I don't want to affect your relationship with Master because of this. If we have to say who's right and who's wrong, then it's all my fault. After saying that, she caught up with old man of the South Pole and helped him leave. The people around them roughly knew what had happened and nodded. Nan Ping's treasure had been snatched, but she didn't blame Venerable Si Kaming's subordinates. Instead, she was considerate and sensible. Such a disciple was not bad. Venerable C. Calming's expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Old Man of the South Pole clearly didn't want to talk about this anymore. What a cunning woman! Lin Ling looked at Nanping's back and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 1172. Opening the Imperial City Gate, bitch. Sakura shouted coldly. He wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. It was his first time seeing such an ugly person. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. With so many experts here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Venerable C. Calming shook his head helplessly. He still believed in Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's group nodded and became more cautious of Nanping. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Her strength was terrifying, but a stab in the dark shouldn't be underestimated either. Venerable C. Calming's subordinates are really ugly. If they didn't steal Nanping's treasure, they wouldn't be qualified to come here. Such ugly people, I really want to kill them. Now that Lord Shui Wu is here, we'd better keep a low profile. The disciples of the Qian Hall whispered amongst themselves. These people were the trusted aides of the Qian Hall's experts. Their words caused Lin Ling and the other three to be dumbfounded. The four of them were the victims, but now they had become the victims? Junior sister Nanping, look on the bright side. People like them won't live long. Moreover, there are countless more powerful treasures in the star-picking Imperial City. When the time comes, I'll seize a great treasure for you. A young man from the Lu royal residence walked towards Nanping and said to her. This person was Lu Ruffing from the Lu royal residence. He had fought with Lin Ling in the past and was one of the 72 demonic gods in the sky. Thank you, young Master Lu. However, we should be lenient whenever possible. We're all from the Qian Hall, so let's forget it. Nanping wiped her moist eyes and said with an understanding smile. Then she looked at Yu Munyun, who was not far away, and nodded with a smile. Her gentle look made many people sympathize with her. You're too kind. That's why you're bullied by them. Lu Ruffing was already unhappy with Lin Ling. At this moment, he found Lin Ling an eyesore. Idiot! In the distance, Lin Ling naturally saw Lu Ruffing and shook his head helplessly. Lu Ruffing was stupid. Nanping was a woman who could betray her friends. If she had the chance, she would definitely betray Lu Ruffing. Such a person should be avoided. Lu Ruffing actually approached her. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with it. Your Excellency, you are too reckless to make a decision without understanding the situation. Sakura couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling had a calm temperament and didn't care about the gazes around him, but he couldn't. You dare to be so arrogant after stealing someone else's treasure? If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Lu Ruffing stepped forward and stood in front of Nanping. Nanping, on the other hand, pulled Lu Ruffing back, as if she was afraid that Lu Ruffing would become enemies with Lin Ling and the others because of her. With your current strength, you can't kill us. Lin Ling was calmer than Sakura. He didn't care what others thought of him. He was open and aboveboard and didn't betray his principles. This was enough. Some things, time will reveal a person's heart. Is that so? If there weren't so many big shots here, I would kill you right now. Lu Ruffing took another step forward. At this moment he felt that he was extremely tall. Protecting a weak woman. A hero who didn't fear evil. Very pitiful. Let me remind you. Sharpen your eyes. Sometimes what you see isn't what it appears to be. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. As for you wanting to kill me, let me remind you again. The moment you reveal your killing intent, the one who will die may be you. Currently, he was at Transcendent Realm's second layer. Lu Ruffing could only rely on the 72 demon gods. How could he be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had absorbed a large amount of rootless water. Its hidden strength had been stimulated. Compared to the demon gods, Lin Ling could easily kill him. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in killing Lu Ruffing. He knew that Lu Ruffing would regret it one day. How arrogant! Universe and Kuan Temple experts are here. But that little guy isn't afraid at all. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. The experts ignored Lin Ling's group of 4. However, their disciples looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes. As for the black-white Dao Palace's Lady Mist, her eyes that had been closed all this time, opened slightly at this moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That little guy's courage was extraordinary. He knew that he had a Buddhist treasure on him, so he wasn't afraid of the various experts. In this aspect he was much better than many others. It could be said that his courage and boldness were excellent. As for who was right and who was wrong with her seniority, she couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't say anything. Although the other experts were unhappy with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to say anything. Alright, let's try to open the palace gates. Finally, an expert from Kuan Temple suggested. The experts looked at Lin Ling's group of 4. Lin Ling's group of 4 slowly walked out. Especially Lin Ling, who was wearing a black robe. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and his expression was calm. Many experts nodded inwardly. This little guy didn't have a hero card on him, so he was obviously an ordinary second-layer transcendent. However, he was still calm in front of so many experts. Moreover, this calmness wasn't an act. Not bad. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling had the Eye of Time. He was always calm and composed, so why would he be afraid? At this moment, the palace gates were mottled and ancient. It emitted a strong sense of majesty, as if an ancient great emperor was standing there quietly. Earlier we attacked the palace gates, but they didn't budge. Therefore, the 4 of you must open the gates. Otherwise, you'll offend all the experts. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Ling. Then you do it. Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at the 3 Lives Ghost King indifferently. The 3 Lives Ghost King was stunned. He did it. If he could do it, he would have succeeded long ago. Why would he wait here? Bastard, are all the juniors of Kuan Temple so ignorant of the venerable realm? The 3 Lives Ghost King shouted angrily. Look at who you're talking to. You don't have to show respect to some barking dogs. Lin Ling continued to stare at the Tri-Era Ghost King fearlessly. He knew very well that he had the opportunity to open the door to the palace, and the other experts had to rely on him. Why should he give face to the Tri-Era Ghost King? Besides, the treasure was right in front of him. Although the experts treated him like an ant, they would still side with Lin Ling. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded. 3 Lives Ghost King, shut up. You. Shut up. The 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could only shut his mouth. The one who spoke was an ancient expert of Kuan Temple. He didn't dare to provoke him. You're asking for humiliation. Lin Ling sneered and walked forward slowly. Many people's eyes flickered. This was the first time they wanted to know the name of this junior. Not only was he extraordinarily courageous, he also had a strong backbone. Lin Ling. How do we open the gates? After Lin Ling walked forward again, Indra and the others asked nervously. Currently, all the experts were watching them. If they failed, they would be exposed. At that time, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the tall gates. With the Eye of Time, Lin Ling saw the secret behind the gates. He even saw the immortal water great general. Chapter 1173. Unfettered Emperor. The defense of the Imperial City's gate was terrifying. Even Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't destroy it. Opening the gate was easy as long as one was a descendant of the star-plucking nation. No wonder the powerhouses couldn't open the gate. Their spiritual energy didn't originate from the star-plucking nation, so they couldn't obtain the recognition of the gate. Moreover, opening the gate required a lot of power. This also meant that the treasures obtained by the star-plucking nation weren't strong enough to open the gate. The 4 great Buddhist treasures possess great power. Maybe they can open the gate. Go! Lin Ling put away the Eye of Time and shouted in a low voice. Let's do it! Go! Sakura and the other 2 looked at each other and took out their Buddhist treasures. Rays of light shot towards the ancient gate. At the same time, the gate rumbled. Obviously, it acknowledged the existence of the Buddhist treasures. One had to know that the Buddhist treasures originated from the star-plucking Purple Mansion, and their original owner was obviously an extremely powerful existence. It really works. The powerhouses of Universe and Kuan Palace narrowed their eyes, but they could also see that the gate was still a step away. Swastika! At this moment, Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Buddhist light bloomed from his hand, and a huge swastika illuminated the door. The door finally slowly rose up, and a wisp of ancient aura emanated from it. It's finally open. The crowd's expression turned solemn. They seemed to have seen a shortcut to becoming stronger. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His only goal was the treasure guarded by the immortal Water Great General. That was the most precious thing. Boom! The gate finally opened. Go in. All the powerhouses shot towards the gate, afraid that they would miss something if they were too slow. Lin Ling, go in quickly. Venerable Sea Calming hurriedly led Lin Ling and the other three into the gate. At the same time, the gate slowly closed, causing people to rush over from afar. However, it was already too late. The imperial city was vast and boundless. Buildings were stacked on top of each other, and it was filled with an ancient aura. With a single glance, one could see the past glory of the imperial city. However, there was no one here today, causing the golden splendor to feel a little lonely. After everyone entered, they split up and walked along the steps of the imperial city, the garden, and other places to search for treasures. You guys go first. I'll look for you later. Lin Ling stopped behind the gate and looked at Sakura and the others. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Who will protect you if I'm not here? Venerable Sea Calming expression. Was Lin Ling going to be separated from them? Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. However, the path of martial arts has always been walked by one person. Your Excellency may be able to protect me for a while, but can you protect me forever? However, Lin Ling shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. In the end, Venerable Sea Calming could only sigh and nod in agreement. Then Dream Clouds and the others will follow me. I will protect them. Lin Ling, good luck. 8. Gate. Gate is gate is. Gate is gate gate. Gate gate. Gate. You gate gate. Gate. It. Gate gates. S. Gate. Gate. Gate gate gate. Okay. Yu nodded. She hugged Lin Ling and kissed Lin Ling on his forehead. Then she followed Venerable Sea Calming Venerable. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled. He looked into the distance and saw a large number of experts searching for their own opportunities. However, Lin Ling knew that many of them would die here. Only a small number of them would be able to obtain opportunities and reach the heavens in a single bound. There were countless treasures in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling saw them with his eye of time. Among them, there were a few heaven-defying treasures. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to shake the heavens and earth. Lin Ling was moved by those treasures. However, he had his eyes on an even more precious treasure. The Eye of Time has made me more familiar with the entire palace. In the past, the immortal Water General had carved out a map and the location of the treasures at the entrance of the palace. Lin Ling's handsome face looked into the depths of the palace. His long hair danced in the breeze, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This might be the place where he would transform. He would be qualified to enter the more mysterious world of martial arts. Why don't you leave? You should know that if you're a step slower, the treasures will belong to someone else. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Lin Ling. This person was wearing a blue robe. He wasn't tall and had ordinary facial features. He looked extremely ordinary. He looked at the mysterious imperial city and said to Lin Ling lightly, "Then why don't you leave?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He smiled gently. This person gave off an ordinary feeling. However, how could he be ordinary if he could appear here? That person was 4 or 5 years older than Lin Ling. He was still looking at the imperial city, but he also smiled. Although there are many treasures, I have to find the most precious one first. Therefore, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so confident? Lin Ling asked pointedly. Naturally, because I am someone who has been ordered by the heavens to come here. The man shrugged his shoulders, looking extremely easy to talk to. However, when he said these words, a domineering aura burst from his eyes, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He didn't know why, but he felt that this person was extremely terrifying. Senior Unfettered Heavenly Prince, why don't you go forward and talk to a junior? And, at the same time, a powerful old man flew over from behind, his aura shaking the world. This old man's strength had actually reached the transcendent 7th stage, but what was surprising was that even though he was so strong, he still acted very respectfully towards this young man. Sect Master of Storm Sect, Masters from the 4-star Saint Domain, your speed is also quite slow. The young man smiled calmly, as if he was the master of everything. Haha, I was just delayed by some matters. However, what surprised me was that the dignified head of Kuan Temple's Unfettered 10 Temples, Unfettered Heavenly Prince, is actually talking to a transcendent junior. How rare. The old man shot a contemptuous glance towards Lin Ling before laughing. He's not weak. The young man smiled faintly, causing the old man's eyes to narrow slightly. What kind of existence was Unfettered Heavenly Prince? He was very clear that there were only a handful of people who could be praised by him, so he couldn't help sizing up Lin Ling, discovering that Lin Ling didn't even have a hero card. How could such a person not be weak? Suddenly, the old man felt extremely uncomfortable. Unfettered Heavenly Prince's attitude towards a junior was even better than his, making him feel like he had been humiliated. Good, you can go. Go. The young man obviously didn't want to say anything more and waved his hand, causing the old man to smile awkwardly before flying back towards the Imperial City. Facing Unfettered Heavenly Prince, he didn't dare say anything. Sorry, these people's vision is a bit narrow, so they don't know how to speak. The young man took the initiative to apologize to Lin Ling, his attitude completely different from when he was facing the old man before, as if he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. It's just a false reputation, I don't care. But I'm still curious, why haven't you left yet? Lin Ling smiled faintly. You're tuning into the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.